flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Darjeeling, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of 2 hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculptures. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet.
A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories, of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples.
A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing.
On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists, of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom.
Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, love, art, and mystery. secrets. If you're listening. Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry in unity.
How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride.
Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history. Discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Bodh Gaya is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey. A pilgrimage into the mind and the soul. A chant that awakens the senses. A revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya. Poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2,000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi Group of Monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Darjeeling, a new discovery every time you meet. Cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculptures. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet.
A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples.
A love letter a woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing.
On the lap of the hill, the kingdom exists. of law and order and melodies rare, of love and luxury, and of memories that create history. The incredible Fatehpur Sikri, poetry of a kingdom.
Each nook in Ajanta and Ellora narrates a handcrafted saga of life, art, and mystery. Echoing their best kept secrets. If you're listening, Ajanta and Ellora Caves, poetry engraved. A carnival of human emotions, displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry in unity.
How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further,
displayed in all its wonderment. An exhibition of sense and sensation, of lives that begin as a story and conclude like a fantasy. Khajuraho group of monuments, poetry in unity.
How far would you go for love? He built a palace of memories, of white minars and precious stones, of perfect design and unmatched grace. And to go further in love, he built his tomb next to her. The incredible Taj Mahal, poetry of love, perched on the hills, engulfed in ages of history, of temples, courtyards, and victorious kings. A body of art, of textures divine, of unmatched valor and pride. The incredible Amir Fort, poetry of pride.
Built around the 13th century, it's a chariot on 24 wheels, home to the sun god, animals, foliage, warriors, carved all around the walls. An architectural masterpiece. Come, bask in the glory. The incredible Konark, a new discovery every time you meet. Once upon a time, this was the royal home of the Mughal emperors. Here flowed the stream of paradise. Today, the Persian art still breathes afresh. Witness it in the Fort Palace, the throne of Kohinoor. The story has just begun. Come, unfold it. The incredible Red Fort, a new discovery every time you meet. Architecture, sculpture, painting. The temple stands for all. Some say it's a world filled with grace. For others, it's a story on murals and shrines. A true symbol of a kingdom at its peak. The incredible Tanjavur. A new discovery every time you meet. An art gallery of a time gone by. Ancient birds and animals, communal dances, yakshas and gods. They all come to life in this prehistoric cave. Walk along the grand corridors of human history. Discover your origins. The incredible rock shelters of Bhimbetka. A new discovery every time you meet. Is not a destination. It's the beginning of a journey. A pilgrimage into the mind and the soul. A chant that awakens the senses. A revelation into yourself. Bodh Gaya. Poetry within. Walk in and witness the wonder of the tallest brick minaret in the world. Do you know why the top half was just made of white marble? And how haven't the iron bars rusted even after 2,000 years? There's a reason to be curious at every step. The incredible Qutub Minar, a new discovery every time you meet. The oldest sanctuary of peace in India, with inscriptions as fresh as now. Buddhist art sets an example here, with semi-spherical domes and Jatak tales. Come, discover the wonders of Mauryan craftsmanship. The incredible Sanchi Stupa, a new discovery every time you meet. What does it take to become a heritage city? To find out, walk past these havelis and bird feeders. Take note of the delicate Indo-Islamic art. Notice the morning azan, the evening temple bells. 600 years of stories to explore. Welcome to India's first World Heritage City, the incredible city of Ahmedabad. A new discovery every time you meet. Here, Sunday choirs ring a bell of heritage, and flowers bloom on the walls forever, where ornate windows open up to Portuguese art, and wooden borders have surpassed time. Welcome to a place of mortal remains and immortal stories. The incredible churches and convents of old Goa, a new discovery every time you meet. Hampi is an invitation into a revered dynasty, a spectacle of boulders that tell a tale of travelers, kings, and civilizations, and take you on the other side of history. Hampi group of monuments, poetry of living. Where do you think a toy train can take you? Picture book, childhood nostalgia, misty hills, a romantic movie? But what if it takes you to history and back? The incredible toy train of Darjeeling, a new discovery every time you meet. An entire cave city cut out of two hillocks. A signature of art carved onto rocks. A tribute to Shiva in the form of colossal sculptures. Witness the traditional art form that is timeless. The incredible caves of Elephanta, a new discovery every time you meet.
A town of temples, a prayer on rocks, an ode to architecture and belief. A carving of stories, of kings and glory. A celebration of the past, of time and tide. The incredible Mahabalipuram, poetry of temples.
A love letter. A woman builds for her man. A promise fulfilled in the afterlife. Dreams and unsaid words live here, sharing sweet nothings. Humayun's tomb, poetry of longing.
On the lap of the hill.
Dear colleagues, it's 10 a.m. Please take your seats.
Ok, on va faire ici tout d'or. C'était pour, avant que ça commence, faire un petit check d'interprétation, même s'il est un peu tard, mais bon, bref. Sur l'anglais, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Super, merci. Le français? Le français, c'est sur 2, je crois, ici. L'espagnol, s'il vous plaît. Bonjour. Alors, le russe. Le russe, la cabine russe. Là, j'ai du son sur l'anglais. C'est bizarre. Yes? Ok. Ah, oh, non. Est-ce qu'il y a du chinois, Megan? Ok, alors sur le chinois, je crois que c'est le canal 6 ici. Non, alors vraiment que ce soit le... Attendez, parce que moi, j'ai pas les mêmes canaux. Chinese is... Test pour le chinois. Okay. Chinese, c'est bon, vous m'entendez? Super, merci. Et donc français, je ne sais plus si on a fait le français. Merci pour le Chinese, et pour le français, c'est bon. Super, merci. Bon, bah, bonne réunion.
Finale.
Okay. Dear colleagues, I request you to please take your seats. Members of the committee, please take your seats.
Does he have another file?
We are still waiting for some committee members to turn up, so we'll wait for another 5 minutes for them.
样可以加走。
Dear colleagues, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Dear colleagues, Namaste. I hope you all enjoyed your day off yesterday and had the opportunity to visit some of the fantastic cultural attractions New Delhi offers. Before we resume our session, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the 7th meeting of the Bureau. The Bureau recommends that today we resume the examination of the agenda items as they are indicated in document 3B, namely item 8B, with the review of minor boundary modifications and retrospective statements of outstanding universal value, then items 8D, 8E, 8C, and the closing of general item 8. We will also close general item 7 on the state of conservation and will examine item 9A and item 10A with the presentation of the report on the results of the 3rd cycle of periodic reporting exercise in Europe and North America. Should time allow, the committee might also wish to proceed with the examination of items 10B, 12, and 13, initially foreseen for tomorrow. A request was also placed in the Bureau for all the recommendations to be considered under item 11 related to the work of the open-ended working group to be adopted all together as a package. Please also note that the state party of Bulgaria informed the Bureau that it is considering being the host country next year, and a formal announcement might be made tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, while we will be examining item 7 related to general issues on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties, I would like to recall that through the reactive monitoring process, the aim of the committee is to provide, on the basis of the analyses made on its behalf by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies, the best possible advice to state parties to the Convention to ensure the long-term protection of the outstanding universal value of World Heritage properties. I would also like to recall what has always been the method of work of the committee on this matter in conformity with paragraph 176 of the operational guidelines. When the committee decides that a property has not seriously deteriorated to the extent that it meets the criteria set out in paragraphs 177 to 182 for the inscription in the list of World Heritage in danger, it still encourages the concerned state party to implement the necessary corrective measures to address the identified threats in close collaboration with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. Dear colleagues, we will now proceed with the examination of the 13 minor modifications to the boundaries of properties already inscribed on the World Heritage List. You will find the related draft decisions in document WHC/24/46.com/8b.add. We will first examine the minor boundary modification of one natural property. Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger, draft decision 46com/8b.31. I now invite IUCN to present the minor boundary modification of Warli Penjari Complex, Benin, Burkina Faso, Niger. IUCN, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Cette modification mineure du complexe W. Arli Pendiari est proposée par l'État partie du Niger, appuyé par le Bénin et le Burkina Faso. Elle a été soumise au comité sur la base de l'évaluation de l'IUCN en 2017. Elle permet d'ajouter une zone tampon de plus de 230 000 hectares en incluant la réserve totale de faune de Tamou et une partie de la réserve de faune de Dosso. Monsieur le Président, l'IUCN considère que cette zone tampon, protégée par la législation et gérée par un organe efficace, renforcera l'intégrité du bien par la protection de ses écosystèmes, en augmentant la superficie totale des zones tampons à plus de 1 300 000 hectares. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, l'UCN recommande au comité d'approuver cette modification des limites telles que proposées dans le projet de décision 46 comme 8B 31. J'en ai fini, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. Thank you. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.31. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Bonjour Monsieur le Président, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Good morning to you as well. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 47-8B.31 adopted. We will now examine the minor boundary modification of one mixed property, South Africa, Maloti Drakensberg Park, draft decision 47-8B.32. South Africa and Lesotho. Thank you. I invite ECOMOS and IUCN to present the minor boundary modification of the Maloti Drakensberg Park, Lesotho, South Africa. ECOMOS and IUCN, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Sur la base de l'évaluation de l'UCN de 2013, le comité avait demandé à l'État partie d'Afrique du Sud d'officialiser les zones tampons qui entourent le bien. Cette zone tampon s'ajouterait à celle de Lesotho, portant la superficie totale à près de 329 000 hectares. Cette modification des limites du bien renforce sa protection contre les menaces telles que la construction d'un téléphérique et l'exploitation pétrolière. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président, l'UCN considère que cette modification mineure améliorerait la protection du bien et recommande au comité de l'approuver tel que proposé dans le projet de décision 46 comme 8B 32. Monsieur le Président, avec votre autorisation, l'ICOMOS va compléter ma présentation du fait du caractère mixte du bien. Merci.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS component of the evaluation of this minor boundary modification of the Maloti Drakensberg Park of Lesotho in South Africa. As my colleague has explained, this is a transnational mixed property. Its cultural heritage includes the largest and most concentrated group of paintings in caves and rock shelters in Africa south of the Sahara, associated with the San people for 4,000 years. As explained in 2013, a partial buffer zone was defined for the Lesotho part of the property. The World Heritage Committee requested the states parties to cooperate to extend the buffer zone into the territory of South Africa, and this proposed minor boundary modification responds to that request. In addition to the information already provided by my colleague from IUCN, ICOMOS notes that the buffer zone objectives address nature conservation requirements but provide little information about how the buffer zone acts as an additional layer of protection for the cultural values. South Africa suggests that the buffer zone has been defined on the basis of the location of archaeological sites, but no maps were provided to demonstrate their distribution. While the proposed buffer zone responds in principle to the World Heritage Committee's recommendation and can be welcomed, ICOMOS considers that the adequacy of the information cannot be assessed for on the basis of cultural values due to these issues. As a consequence, ICOMOS recommends that the examination of the proposed buffer zone of the Molotti Drakensberg Park in Lesotho in South Africa be referred back to the State Party of South Africa in order to allow it to provide more detailed maps showing the two subzones of the buffer zone and the locations of archaeological sites, and to indicate how the buffer zone will specifically provide additional protection for the cultural heritage of the mixed property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your presentations. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 47-8B.32, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement du comité. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 47-8B.32 adopted. We will now continue with the minor boundary modification of cultural properties, Saudi Arabia, Hima Cultural Area, draft decision 46-8B.33. I invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of Hima Cultural Area, Saudi Arabia. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for the Hima Cultural Area in Saudi Arabia. Located on an ancient caravan route, this is a serial property of 6 component parts, with a substantial collection of rock art images depicting hunting, fauna, flora, and lifestyles in a cultural continuity of 7,000 years. The component parts share a single buffer zone. Inscribed in 2021, the World Heritage Committee recommended that the buffer zone be expanded to include Jabal al-Kabab and part of Jabal al-Khara, based on the advice of ICOMOS. The red line on the map is the previous buffer zone, and the proposed revision is shown in yellow on this map. You can see that it is a substantial expansion from a total of 31,000 hectares to more than 77,000 hectares for the buffer zone. Legal protection for the area is in place, and the State Party intends to further enhance the protection of the property by proclaiming the inscribed area and buffer zone as an archaeological park. ICOMOS considers that the proposed minor boundary modification to the buffer zone is a significant improvement, adding to the protection of the outstanding universal value of the inscribed property. Smaller further adjustments to the buffer zone to the south and southeast of the property are recommended. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed modification to the buffer zone of the Hima Cultural Area, Saudi Arabia, be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would now like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.33. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce dossier. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I declare draft decision 46-8B.33 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of Hallstatt, Dachstein, Salz-Kammersgut Cultural Landscape, Austria. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for Hallstatt-Dachstein, Salzkammergut, Austria. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1997 under criteria 3 and 4. At the time of the inscription, the map submitted together with the nomination dossier was one drawn by hand. The state party later submitted a digitalized version of it, which was approved by the World Heritage Committee in 2008. In 2009, the Austrian Environmental Impact Assessment Act was modified, taking into account World Heritage properties as special protected areas. This required that the existing map be transferred to the cadastral map in 2017. A number of irregularities appeared during this process, such as inaccuracies in the boundaries of the buffer zone or important attributes being located in the buffer zone instead of within the boundaries of the property. All attributes of outstanding universal value are now within the property's boundaries, and environmental impact assessments are in place, considering World Heritage properties as specially protected areas. The proposed adjustments of the property and buffer zone will therefore enhance the management of the World Heritage property and its buffer zone. In conclusion, ECOMOS recommends that the proposed minor boundary modification of Hallstatt-Dachstein, Salzkammergut Cultural Landscape, Austria be approved. The proposed minor modification to the boundary of the buffer zone for Hallstatt-Dachstein, Salzkammergut Cultural Landscape, Austria be approved. ECOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ECOMOS, for your presentation. Are there any comments? I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8B.34. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce dossier, Monsieur le Président. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.34 adopted. I now invite ECOMOS to present the minor boundary modifications of the Wachau Cultural Landscape, Austria. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for Wachau Cultural Landscape, Austria. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2000 under criteria 2 and 4. The map submitted together with the nomination dossier was first drawn by hand and then redrawn by GIS system in 1999. In 2009, the Austrian Environmental Impact Assessment Act was modified, taking into account World Heritage properties as special protected areas. This required that the existing World Heritage boundaries be transferred to the cadastral map. This version of the map was used as a reference for the boundary modification done in 2016 in the process of drafting a new management plan for the World Heritage property. During this process, some unclear situations were resolved, with boundaries adapted to more recent conservation plans, resulting in the widening of the property at the cost of the buffer zone. All attributes of outstanding universal value are now contained within the property boundaries. The proposed clarification of boundaries with the revised map will therefore better support the management of the World Heritage property and its buffer zone. In conclusion, ECOMOS recommends that the proposed minor modification to the boundary of Wachau Cultural Landscape, Austria be approved. The proposed minor modification to the boundary of the buffer zone for Wachau Cultural Landscape, Austria be approved. ECOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to support the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.35, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.35 adopted. I now invite ECOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the great spa towns of Europe, Austria, Belgium, Czechia, France, Germany, Italy, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, and Northern Ireland. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ECOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for the great spa towns of Europe, Austria, Belgium, Czechia, France, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom. This transnational property of 11 spa towns in 7 countries was inscribed in 2021. Developed around natural mineral water springs, the towns demonstrate European spa culture that developed from the 18th century. This proposal responds to the recommendations of the World Heritage Committee at the time of inscription to submit minor boundary modifications for a number of the component parts. The first is an adjustment to the boundaries of areas in Baden by Wien, Austria, and to extend the protection zone to include the entirety of the component. This has been addressed. For Montecatini Terme, Italy, several adjustments to the boundaries were recommended including extending the boundaries on the western edge of the component part to include the buildings on each side of the street. The proposal is a partial response, but does not include all the areas recommended for extension in 2021. For Karlovy Vary in Czechia, it was recommended to extend the northern part of the buffer zone to ensure adequate protection from future development. This has been addressed. Finally, the recommended extension of the buffer zone for Vichy in France around the train station has been included in this proposal. In conclusion, ICMOS recommends that the proposed minor boundary modifications to the boundaries and buffer zones be approved. A recommendation for further work to continue to extend the conservation area in Montecatini Terme in Italy has also been provided. Thank you.
Thank you, ECOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.36. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.36 adopted. I now invite ECOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube-Limes, western segment, Austria, Germany, Slovakia. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube-Limes western segment in Austria, Germany, and Slovakia. There are proposed revisions to 12 of the component parts that are shown one at a time on the slides that follow, with the component boundaries shown in red and the proposed buffer zones shown in blue. The serial transnational property of 77 component parts was inscribed in 2021 and extends almost 600 kilometres along the Danube River. This segment of the frontiers of the Roman Empire formed a continuous chain of military installations along the Danube that functioned between the 1st and 5th centuries CE. Based on the advice of ICOMOS, the World Heritage Committee recommended that the state's parties give consideration to establishing buffer zones for component parts that did not have them. Accordingly, minor boundary modifications are proposed for 12 of the component parts. They are located in Germany and Austria. ICOMOS considers that these proposals provide stronger protection to archaeological materials associated with the inscribed component parts as well as their setting. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed minor boundary modifications to provide buffer zones for 12 component parts of the frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube Limes Western segment, Austria, Germany, and Slovakia, be approved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.37, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.37 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the Abbey Church of Saint-Savant-sur-Gartempe, France. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for the Abbey Church of Saint-Savant-sur-Gartempe, France. Known as the Romanesque Sistine Chapel, the Abbey Church of Saint-Savant contains many beautiful 11th and 12th century murals that are still in remarkable states of preservation. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1983 on the basis of criteria 1 and 3, without any buffer zone. The World Heritage Committee approved the buffer zone in 2007. In 2015, the boundaries of the property were extended to encompass parts of the ancient Abbey convent structures and its gardens. In 2018, the World Heritage Committee adopted a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value. A minor boundary modification request for the property submitted in 2020 proposed extending the existing buffer zone to 4,214 hectares. The limits of the proposed buffer zone have been established based on an assessment of landscape sensitivity and further informed by historical analysis of the land settlements around the commune of Saint-Savant. Legal protection is ensured through the Heritage Code and the respective municipalities' urban planning regulation. The existing protection will need to be adapted and appropriate management tools introduced to manage the extended buffer zone as a whole. At its 44th session, the World Heritage Committee referred back the proposed minor boundary modification of the buffer zone, requesting maps at an adequate scale, a timetable for adapting planning and heritage protection tools, and clarification about the management. The state party has addressed the request made by the committee, providing additional information. ICOMOS considers that the proposed buffer zone seems adequate as an added layer of protection to the property. Its effectiveness would need to be assessed after the existing protection and management tools are adapted and the management plan completed. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed buffer zone for the Abbey Church of Saint-Savant-sur-Gartempe, France, be approved. ICOMOS has also provided additional recommendations to ensure the long-term conservation of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.38. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.38 adopted. I now invite ECOMOS to present the minor boundary modifications of Paris banks of the Seine, France. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation par l'ICOMOS de la modification mineure des limites du bien Paris, rive de la Seine, France. Le bien est un ensemble architectural urbain exceptionnel, uni par un paysage fluvial qui reflète l'évolution et le développement de Paris et illustre la plupart des styles, des arts décoratifs et des manières de bâtir utilisées dans la ville pendant près de 8 siècles de son histoire. Le bien a été inscrit en 1991 sur la base de critères 1, 2 et 4 et sans zone tampon. Une déclaration rétrospective de la loi universelle exceptionnelle a été adoptée en 2017. En 2020, une demande de modification mineure des limites du bien a été soumise par l'État partie en même temps qu'une demande de création de zone tampon. La modification proposée envisageait d'ajouter à l'ensemble existant des monuments architecturaux et urbains et d'améliorer la cohérence des limites du bien par rapport à la valeur universelle exceptionnelle pour laquelle il avait été inscrit. Les limites de la zone tampon ont été définies à l'aide d'une étude de l'histoire et de la topographie du paysage, en prenant en compte les vues et des puits de la Seine. Aucun plan de gestion du bien n'était disponible en 2020 et aucune mesure de gestion spéciale n'avait été exposée pour la zone tampon proposée. Simultanément, il était reconnu que l'intégrité urbaine et visuelle du site était vulnérable vis-à-vis de nombreux facteurs affectant le bien. En 2022, le comité de patrimoine mondial n'a pas approuvé la proposition mineure de limite de Paris, rive de la Seine, France, et a demandé à l'État partie de définir plus clairement la justification de la délimitation de la zone tampon et de préparer un plan de gestion. La demande actuelle de modification mineure des limites répond à la décision du comité du patrimoine mondial et suit largement l'avis fourni par l'ICOMOS dans son évaluation de 2020. L'État partie explique que la zone tampon proposée vise à protéger les vues depuis le bien, prenant en compte de potentielles zones de densification urbaine. La protection juridique existante couvre déjà les zones incluses dans les limites nouvellement proposées. La réglementation en place assure que la conservation, la restauration et la valorisation du bien seront réalisées sous le contrôle de l'État. Le plan de gestion du bien est en cours de conceptualisation et sera élaboré par la Ville de Paris en collaboration avec les services d'État une fois que les limites du bien et de la zone tampon auront été validées par le Comité du patrimoine mondial. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la proposition de modification mineure des limites du bien et de création d'une zone tampon pour Paris, rive de la Seine, France, soit approuvée. L'ICOMOS recommande également qu'un plan de gestion soit élaboré de toute urgence. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.39. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.39 adopted. I now invite ECOMOS to present the minor boundary modifications of the Loire Valley between Sailly-sur-Loire and Chalon, France. ECOMOS, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il s'agit de la présentation de l'évaluation par l'ICOMOS de la modification mineure des limites de Val-de-Loire entre Sully-sur-Loire et Chalon, France. Le Val-de-Loire est un paysage culturel exceptionnel de grande beauté, comprenant des villes et villages historiques, de grands monuments architecturaux, les châteaux, les terres cultivées façonnées par des siècles d'interaction entre les populations et leur environnement physique, et la Loire elle-même. La Val-de-Loire, entre Sully-sur-Loire et Chalonnes, a été inscrite en 2000 sur la liste du patrimoine mondial sur la base des critères 1, 2 et 4. Sur la base des principes énoncés dans les dossiers de proposition de discussion, l'État partie a soumis une demande de modification mineure des limites en 2017 qui a été approuvée afin d'inclure le château de Sénonceau et les Perrons des Marnais, la zone de confluence entre la Loire et l'Indre. La déclaration rétrospective de valeur universelle exceptionnelle a été adoptée par le comité de patrimoine mondial en 2018. La modification actuelle des limites du bien propose d'atteindre la zone du bien inscrit et sa zone tampon. La modification implique l'inclusion de la Val de la Maine, un affluent de la Loire, de point de confluence avec la Loire jusqu'au centre historique d'Angers inclus. L'ICOMOS considère que la logique de la modification proposée est justifiée, mais le changement proposé devrait être évalué avec précision. Angers et la Maine n'ont pas été, lors de la soumission du dossier de proposition de discussion, pris en considération pour inclusion dans le bien. Ils n'ont pas non plus été présentés comme faisant partie de la zone tampon, à travers de laquelle leur relation au bien pourrait être confirmée. La contribution d'Angers en tant qu'établissement urbain remarquable du Val-de-Loire à la valeur universelle exceptionnelle du bien inscrit et son potentiel pour justifier le critère 1, 2 et 4 exigerait une analyse systématique de la modification proposée par les biais de consultations d'experts internationaux et d'une mission d'évaluation technique. Ce travail ne peut être entrepris dans le cadre d'une demande de modification mineure des limites. L'ICOMOS en conclut que cette proposition ne peut être envisagée comme une modification mineure des limites et les informations fournies sont insuffisantes pour permettre de comprendre comment les nouvelles limites de la zone tampon ont été établies et en quoi elles soutiennent le bien. En conclusion, l'ICOMOS recommande que la proposition de modification mineure des limites de la Val-de-Loire entre Sully-sur-Loire et Chalonnes, France, ne soit pas approuvée. L'ICOMOS encourage l'État partie à soumettre une demande de modification importante des limites afin d'atteindre le bien de Val-de-Loire entre Sully-sur-Loire et Chalonnes pour inclure la vallée de la Maine du point de la confluence avec la Loire jusqu'au centre historique d'Angers inclus. Merci pour votre attention.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.40, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.40 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modifications of the castles of Augustusburg and Falkenlust at Brühl, Germany. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for castles of Augustusburg and Falkenlust at Brühl, Germany. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1984 under criteria 2 and 4. At the time of its inscription, neither specific boundaries nor a buffer zone were proposed. The World Heritage Committee adopted the boundaries in 2008 in response to the retrospective inventory, and a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value was adopted in 2013. During this process, the importance of setting a buffer zone to support the long-term conservation of the outstanding universal value of the property emerged. The proposed buffer zone corresponds to the immediate surroundings of the property, which define its historical setting. It has been developed in consultation with relevant stakeholders and taking into account all areas and features that contribute to the maintenance of the landscape setting of the property. It has been delineated to prevent any intrusive development into the urban layout on the scale of the city of Brühl, to preserve the views and sight lines of and between the palaces of Augustusburg and Falkenlust, and to integrate the property into the surrounding landscape. The proposed buffer zone will be legally protected at a regional level with a regulatory ordinance issued by the district government of Cologne, and almost half of it falls into 2 landscape protection areas. In addition, a heritage impact assessment mechanism is now in place to support the protection of the property when any proposed development within or outside of the proposed buffer zone presents a risk of its outstanding universal value. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed buffer zone for the castles of Augustusburg and Falkenlust at Brühl, Germany, be approved. ICOMOS further recommends that the protection of the historical landscape setting to the east and south of the property be reinforced by undertaking heritage impact assessments on any proposed development in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.41. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce dossier, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.41 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modifications of the Muskauer Park, Germany and Poland. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for Muskauer Park, Park Muzakowski, Germany, Poland. The property was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2004 on the basis of Criterion 1 and 4. A retrospective statement of outstanding universal value was approved by the World Heritage Committee in 2014. In the framework of the third cycle of periodic reporting, and as a follow-up to the retrospective inventory project launched in 2004, the World Heritage Center noticed the absence of maps clearly showing the delimitation of the property. It requested the 2 state parties to submit adequate quality maps and geographic information for the property. The proposed minor boundary modification concerns adjustments to the boundaries of the World Heritage property and its buffer zone. While the initial map submitted together with the nomination dossier was following the significant topographic features such as line of trees, roads, terrain, and alike, the boundaries were reworked with a modern GIS software and now align with plot boundaries of the Muskauer Park, Park Muzakowski, as per the cadastral data. Both the area of the property and the buffer zone have been expanded following the changes. The proposed minor boundary modification will contribute to the protection of the outstanding universal value of the property and reinforce its management. In conclusion, ICOMOS recommends that the proposed minor modification to the boundaries of Muskauer Park, Park Muzakowski, Germany, Poland be approved. The proposed minor modification to the buffer zone of Muskauer Park, Park Muzakowski, Germany, Poland be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.42, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce dossier, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.42 adopted. I now invite ICOMOS to present the minor boundary modification of the colonial city of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the minor boundary modification for the colonial city of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. The colonial city of Santo Domingo was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1990 under criteria 2, 4, and 6, based on its significance as one of the earliest colonial settlements in the Americas, founded soon after the arrival of Christopher Columbus to Hispaniola. The property's boundary and buffer zone were not defined at the time of inscription, but were clarified in 2013 through the retrospective inventory. In 2014, World Heritage Committee adopted a retrospective statement of outstanding universal value. Considering the property's existing development threats, the World Heritage Committee initiated requests for the establishment of the buffer zone in 2006 and reiterated them in subsequent decisions in 2015, 17, 19, 21, and 2023. The two proposed buffer zones have been defined as a transition area between the historic center and the urban fabric of the modern city of Santo Domingo. The delineation of the proposed buffer zones involved two municipalities, the National District and Santo Domingo East. The proposed buffer zones are conceived as an intermediate control zone between property and the rest of the city, which safeguard the historic landscape setting. Their delineation is based on the study of the surrounding area of the colonial city, considering future potential developments in order to provide restriction in use and development. The buffer zone in the National District is included in the strategic plan for the colonial city. Both buffer zones are supported by ordinances regulating uses and interventions and protecting viewsheds towards and from the property. Since 2005, an interinstitutional agreement has been in place, including the Directorate of Cultural Heritage and Historic Center, the City Hall of the National District, the National Directorate of Monumental Heritage, and the Ministry of Cultures as managers of the property, as well as a committee for the conservation of the colonial city of Santo Domingo. ICOMOS recommends that the proposed buffer zones for the colonial city of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, be approved. ICOMOS has also provided additional recommendations for the long-term protection and management of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are comments concerning this minor boundary modification. I see none. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.43. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce dossier, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.43 adopted. We have now finished the examination of minor boundary modifications. We will now continue with our next agenda item 8B and proceed with the adoption of the statements of outstanding universal value of properties inscribed at previous sessions of the committee. I now invite Mr. Balsamo to present this point. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The World Heritage Committee is called to adopt the finalized statement of outstanding universal value for the following World Heritage properties inscribed at its previous session. Benin, Togo, Kutamaku, the land of Batamariba. Greece, Zagori cultural landscape. Guatemala, National Archaeological Park, Tacalibaji. India, sacred ensembles of the Hoysalas. Iran, the Persian caravanserai. Italy, the porticos of Bologna. Lithuania, the modernist Kaunas architecture of optimism, 1919 and 1939. Russian Federation astronomical observatories of Kazan Federal University. Rwanda, memorial sites of the genocide, Nyamata, Murambi, Gizosi, and Bisesero. Tunisia, Djerba, testimony to a settlement pattern in an island territory. Turkey, wooden hypostyle mosque of medieval Anatolia. Draft decision 46-8B30 is on page 69 of the English version of document 8B and page 63 of its French version. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-8B.30. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments to the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8B.30 adopted. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we shall now move to our agenda item 8D, devoted to the issue of the clarifications of property boundaries and areas by state parties. Please refer to documents 46.com/8D and 8D.add. I invite Ms. Luba Yanikova, Project Officer at the Nominations Unit of the World Heritage Center, to present briefly documents 8D and 8D.add. Ms. Yanikova, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Documents 8D and 8D.add present cartographic and geographic information provided by state parties regarding boundary clarifications of World Heritage properties. These documents present information related to maps and geographic information of properties reviewed and accepted through the retrospective inventory project since the last session of committee. As you know, the retrospective inventory was initiated in 2004 with the aim to identify and collect data such as information on boundaries, serial component parts and areas of World Heritage properties where the required information is missing or is not adequate. It involves an in-depth examination of nomination dossiers available at the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS and IUCN. During the latest analysis, out of all the properties inscribed, 557 were determined to be subject to clarification. 52% of the properties inscribed have adequate maps with clearly defined boundaries. The remaining 48% of properties are in need of a clarification, and out of these, 5% do not have cartographic information from the time of their inscription. Great progress continues to be made in clarifying the boundaries of World Heritage properties, but many still remain unclear. The World Heritage Center provides its continuous support to all states parties in the preparation of boundary clarifications. Since the last session of the committee, satisfactory boundary clarifications have been received for 36 World Heritage properties. 34 boundary clarifications are included in document 8D, and 2 clarifications are included in document 8D.add. These 2 clarifications have been received within the deadline, but were delayed for technical reasons. To be considered satisfactory, boundary clarifications must be consistent with the decision of the World Heritage Committee from the time of the inscription of the property on the World Heritage List. Maps must also meet the current technical requirements. As the budget allocated for the retrospective inventory is not sufficient to cover the costs foreseen for the current biennium, states parties are invited to contribute financially for this activity. The draft decision is included on page 2 of the English and French versions of the document. With the agreement of the committee, the two properties presented in document AD-AD, namely Maritime Greenwich and the Old and New Towns of Edinburgh, both from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, will be integrated into the list of those being noted in Decision 46-AD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yanikova, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Italy wishes to express its sincere gratitude to the World Heritage Center for the excellent work presented and for the significant efforts in the implementation of the Convention. The retrospective inventory project engages both the Secretariat and the States parties with immense dedication. We would like to acknowledge the site managers who, despite limited resources, strive to develop this crucial tool for the conservation and management of sites inscribed on the list. However, we regret that for the second consecutive year, these efforts have not been fully recognized. We note with concern that the limited number of maps verified to date, preventing the use of updated maps for effective sites management. Italy has committed significant resources to meet both the mandatory requests of the retrospective inventory and the voluntary contributions to the World Heritage Online Map Platform project. This includes the submission of a great amount of GIS data to promote awareness of this very important platform. Therefore, we would like to encourage the Secretariat to explore ways to enhance and accelerate the verification process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further requests to take the floor? I see none. Let's proceed then. Are there any questions? I see none. I therefore invite you to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision 46-8D. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Il n'y a pas d'amendements et de modifications, hormis celles qui viennent d'être présentées par le secrétariat, Monsieur le Président.
Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8D adopted. Thank you. Item 8D is now closed. Dear colleagues, we shall now move our agenda item to our agenda item 8E, adoption of retrospective statements of outstanding universal value. Please refer to the document 46.com/8E. I invite Ms. Luba Yanikova to briefly present document 8E. Ms. Yanikova, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Document 8E presents for adoption retrospective statements of outstanding universal value for properties which had no statement of outstanding universal value adopted at the time of their inscription. As you know, in 2007, the World Heritage Committee requested that statements of outstanding universal value be drafted and adopted retrospectively for all World Heritage properties inscribed between 1978 and 2006. Since 2009, the World Heritage Committee has adopted 771 retrospective statements. 37 statements are still to be finalized and presented to the committee. 2 in Africa, 4 in the Arab states, 9 in Asia and the Pacific, 20 in Europe and North America, and 2 in Latin America and the Caribbean. Document 8E presents for adoption 1 retrospective statement of outstanding universal value from the Arab states region, for which the review process has been finalized since the last session of the committee. The text of the draft statement for the archaeological site of Leptis Magna, Libya, is included in the annex of the document in the language in which it has been submitted by the state party. Once adopted, the retrospective statement will be translated by the World Heritage Centre and made available on its website. The draft decision is included on page 1 in both the English and French versions of the document. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yanikova, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision 46com.8e, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46com.8e adopted. Thank you. Item 8e is now closed. Dear colleagues, now that we have concluded the examination of the state of conservation reports and the nomination of properties on the World Heritage List, we have to examine item 8c, which concerns the update of the World Heritage List and of the list of World Heritage in danger. These updated lists will be presented orally by Mr. Balsamo. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The World Heritage Committee, at its 46th session in New Delhi, India, inscribed 24 new properties on the World Heritage List, 4 natural, 1 mixed, and 19 cultural, and approved the extension of 2 properties already inscribed on the list. Among the successful nominations, there are 3 new cultural landscapes, and with these additions, we have now 129 properties officially recognized as such on the World Heritage List, which represents the 10.5% of the list. The breakdown by region of the 20 new properties inscribed and the 2 extensions approved at the 46th session is as follows. Africa, 5 properties. Arab states, 3 properties. Asia Pacific, 8 properties. Europe, North America, 9 properties. Latin America and Caribbean, 1 property. The new overall figure of the World Heritage List are now 1,223 properties, of which 952 are cultural, 231 natural, and 40 mixed. Breakdown by region of the World Heritage List is as follows. Africa, 108 properties. Arab states, 96 properties. Asia Pacific, 295 properties. Europe and North America, 574 properties. Latin America and Caribbean, 150 properties. Out of the 27 nominations examined, 4 are situated on the territory of the current World Heritage Committee members. And following the debates on item 8b, 1 nomination was referred. At this session, in 4 cases, the committee changed the advisory body recommendation which was presented in the draft decision, and 3 referral became inscription, while 1 deferral became inscription. As a result of the decision relating to the status of conservation of properties inscribed on the list and the decision on nominations of properties to the World Heritage List, at this session, the committee decided to inscribe 1 property on the list of World Heritage in danger, the State of Palestine Saint Hilarion Monastery, Telum Amer, and at the same time, 1 property was removed from the list of World Heritage in danger, Senegal Niokolo-Koba National Park. According to this decision, there are now 56 properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. And at this session, the World Heritage Committee did not confirm the recommendation presented in the draft decision relating to the inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger of 2 properties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for this update. I now invite you to proceed with the adoption of the draft decisions 8C.1, 8C.2, and 8C.3. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on any of the draft decisions proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La décision s'affiche à l'écran et pendant qu'elle s'affiche, je vous confirme que nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité. La décision qui s'affiche est en conformité avec les récentes décisions prises par le comité et telles que présentées par Monsieur Balsamo, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8C.1 adopted. Is there any state party observer that likes to take the floor? I see Switzerland has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie. La Suisse souhaite féliciter l'ensemble des États parties qui ont vu leurs efforts récompensés par la reconnaissance du Comité du patrimoine mondial et l'inscription d'un site. Nous nous réjouissons en particulier de l'inscription des 8 sites des régions africaines et arabes, qui plus est dans le domaine culturel. Ceci contribue à une meilleure représentativité des diversités patrimoniales et à renforcer la crédibilité de la liste au cœur des préoccupations suisses. Le nombre de recommandations positives des organes consultatifs témoigne d'ailleurs de l'excellente qualité des dossiers d'inscription, fruit de l'amélioration de nos instruments et du renforcement du dialogue entre les États parties et les organes consultatifs. Et nous ne pouvons que nous réjouir d'une prise en compte plus constructive des recommandations de ces derniers par les États parties concernés. Permettez-nous enfin de relever le travail remarquable des organisations consultatives dont l'expertise et le professionnalisme méritent d'être salués. Les rapports sur l'état de conservation et les recommandations émises ces derniers jours contribueront à une meilleure préservation des biens concernés. Et le renforcement de certaines décisions par ce comité, notamment concernant les rapports d'état de conservation, est un signal positif. Tout en regrettant que dans certains cas, la dimension politique continue à prévaloir, l'orientation que nous constatons cette année nous paraît encourageante. En tant que candidate au comité en 2025, la Suisse se réjouit d'une telle tendance qu'elle espère poursuivre dans un esprit d'ouverture et de dialogue avec tous. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Are there any requests for the floor? Any further requests? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8C.2 adopted. Sorry, 8C.1 adopted. Yes, are there any objections to 8C.2? Have any amendments been received, Mr. Rapporteur?
Non, Monsieur le Président, mon intervention concernait les points C1, 2 and 3.
Thank you. Is there any objection for 8C.2 being adopted? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8C.2 adopted. Now we go to 46-8C.3. Are there any objections to 46-8C.3 being adopted? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8C.3 adopted. Thank you. I now declare item 8C closed. Dear colleagues, as you know, item 8 was presented on 26 July. The related document is 46.com/8. Before we move to the examination of the draft decision, are there any comments in this matter? I see none. Let's proceed then. I will ask the Secretariat, the advisory bodies, to answer your questions if there are any questions posed. I see none. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for taking the floor. I will be brief. Just a suggestion to the advisory bodies. When we do our work, you have incredible amounts of work to do to prepare this meeting, but we try to read as much as we can of the documents you prepare. And one of the things we tend to skip is the statement of outstanding universal value in the draft decisions put before us when the advice is positive, because we sometimes believe that you take over what is in the dossier, which is probably not always the case, particularly when you only propose to inscribe based on certain criteria and not all. And we were wondering if it would be possible to make visible in the draft decision which changes you make or which portions you take over and which portions you strike out relevant to or in comparison to what is in the nomination file. Thank you.
The advisory bodies, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a reasonable observation from Belgium. We haven't had notice of the issues, so we'll need to think a little bit about how to address the point that's been raised in a way which is expedient. Certainly, there are situations where we take more or less the statement of OUV wholesale into our recommendations. There are other cases where the recommendations can be quite a significant change or even a sort of start over in terms of exactly how the document's written, so track changes won't necessarily be the best way to do that. But Gwenelle has a bigger number of sites to deal with than me through the work of ICOMOS, so may have a view on this as well. We'll certainly take the point on board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Je vous remercie pour la question. Effectivement, comme vient de le préciser mon collègue Tim Badman, en fonction des dossiers que nous examinons, nous prenons toujours comme point de départ la déclaration de valeur universelle exceptionnelle qui est présentée par l'État partie. Et ensuite, en fonction de l'évaluation en elle-même, il peut y avoir des changements significatifs qui sont apportés à la déclaration de VUE ou des changements mineurs. Donc ça dépend vraiment au cas par cas. C'est aussi quelque chose qui est fait en termes de dialogue avec l'État partie tout au cours de l'évaluation en elle-même. Donc avoir un résultat final qui montre les changements de modification ne sera peut-être pas forcément très utile. Par contre, je suggère fortement que les États parties, et c'est déjà arrivé au cours du processus d'évaluation lui-même, et une fois que l'évaluation est mise à la disposition des États parties, que les États parties regardent de façon méticuleuse, disons, la déclaration de VUE, et c'est déjà arrivé à travers le mécanisme de l'aide d'erreur factuelle ou à travers d'autres échanges avec les États parties, que certains ajustements ont été apportés aux déclarations de valeur universelle exceptionnelle. Bon, c'est vrai que ça ne concerne que les États parties concernés et pas forcément ensuite, ça facilite pas forcément la lecture, disons, par les membres du comité des changements qui auraient pu être apportés aux déclarations de VUE en elles-mêmes. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Thank you. I see the State Party of Belgium. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Just to explain, the nomination files, we get them from the beginning of the year, decisions only very shortly before the meeting, so sometimes we already have read the statement of OUV in the nomination file, and there's hardly time to go into detail for all the draft decisions. So I would be perfectly happy with you just indicating we have quite significantly rewritten the statement, so we're not going to use track changes and only do that where there are minor things. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on this, that yes, it may be a good idea to have this, but probably the draft decision is not the best place to put this. I think this could be done in the context, for instance, of the evaluation report, which is available and will be basically a better placed over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for your comments. Are there any further comments or questions? I see none. I therefore invite you to adopt draft decision 46-8, but before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-8 adopted. I now declare item 8 closed.
We have well advanced.
We have a request from an observer to take the floor. World Heritage Watch, you have the floor.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for the floor, Mr. Chair. This year, the World Heritage Committee has inscribed 24 new properties on the World Heritage List, while having examined 124 properties under Item 7, roughly 10% of all inscribed sites. Out of these 124, 57 were sites in danger, while 67 were under Item 7b. Not even considering that many of the latter reappear on the agenda every other year, the committee can examine only about 6% of all non-endangered sites every year, which means that it would take it more than 18 years to examine all sites on the list. With a list that is growing at the present rate, it will take longer and longer, and the statutory task to monitor the sites under UNESCO tutelage will become ever more difficult to fulfill. At the same time, out of the 1,199 properties on the list before the session, there are 439 about which no information has been published on their web pages for 10 years or more. I repeat, 439 sites, more than 1/3 of all. It may be that the Secretariat has received information from third parties about which we don't know, but in principle we have to conclude that the committee has been in the dark about the state of conservation of 1/3 of sites for 10 years or more, in some cases since their inscription. Will the 24 sites inscribed this year join that long list? And how much sense does it make to inscribe a site if it has little chance to be monitored? Distinguished delegates, it is more than urgent that the committee drastically reduce the number of sites it inscribes, and it shifts its focus on safeguarding those properties which are already on the list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now see the Observer State Party of Norway has raised a plate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, allow us to recognize and thank the World Heritage Centre and the advisory bodies for their always professional and diligent work. Norway carefully follows this important convention together with many other observer states parties here in the room and online. We all share the responsibility to uphold the integrity and credibility of this convention and to push the boundaries for best practice and standard setting conservation and management for the most precious and valuable places on Earth, our shared world heritage. Significant and important additions have been made to the list at this meeting. We wish to commend the states parties who have worked hard with the nomination dossiers to fulfill the requirements of the Convention and the operational guidelines, and consequently being recommended for inscription. More importantly, we wish to recognize the states parties who have accepted and follow the expert advice expressed in the evaluations and draft decisions, be it on state conservation or nominations, including withdrawing and accepting recommendations for non-inscription, as in the cases of Turkey, Portugal and Serbia. One notable example to be mentioned is Panama accepting a referral draft decision. We thank you for this contribution to the Convention's integrity and credibility and look forward to seeing your significant site inscribed next year. Inscription on this list is a decision for eternity, therefore the decision must be right. We must clearly know the values and attributes in relation to criteria, integrity and authenticity, as well as ensure the necessary protection and management, all necessary to meet the requirements of OUD. Properties inscribed which do not comply with this reappear as SOC matters in the future, increasing further the pressure on an already overwhelmed system with limited resources. Imagine also what could be spared in terms of resources if we do not have to send missions, evaluate and discuss nominations which are not yet mature for inclusion on this precious list. That is why Norway and many other states parties have committed to establish mechanism for early dialogue and capacity building for all states parties. The nomination reform with the preliminary assessment as one of the several components is a crucial mechanism to facilitate early dialogue and capacity building for the successful nominations for us all. It may also potentially enable significant savings of resources down the line. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the State Observer Party of South Sudan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this the first time for the State Party of the Republic of South Sudan taking stage, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the government and the people of India for their hospitality rendered to us and all the State Party in this 46th session of the World Heritage Committee meeting in New Delhi. We express our heartfelt congratulations to the government and the people of South Africa and other African states for inscription of their property in the World Heritage List. This is indeed a remarkable milestone for the country and a collective responsibility of African continent to be better represented on the prestigious UNESCO list. South Sudan is the state party to the World Heritage Convention since 2016. Sadly, our country remains among the 11 African state parties that are yet to inscribe a property on the UNESCO World Heritage List. Despite having a number of heritage sites with a potential outstanding of universal value, currently we have 3 properties inscribed in our country's tentative list, namely Sud Wetland. It is considered to be Africa's largest wetland, which supports a diverse array of wildlife and various cultural traditions of indigenous people. Duem Ezuver is slave trade route. This site is a historical importance, consists of man-made terrain stretching over 3 kilometers. Third, Buma Badinglo migratory landscape had the largest tract of intact habitat that supports significant viable mammal wildlife population. We call upon the international community to continue to support the effort of UNESCO and African World Heritage Fund and assist the State Party of South Sudan in development of its nomination dossier so that the people of South Sudan can also have its heritage inscribed on the World Heritage List. I would like to express our deepest appreciation to African World Heritage Fund for their continuous support to African State Party in implementing the 1972 Convention in Africa through its various capacity building initiatives, which has contributed to improve the representation of African continent in the World Heritage List. I would like to thank UNESCO and World Heritage Committee for your unwavering support to the State Party of South Sudan's effort in implementing of World Heritage Convention. I thank you. Namaste.
Namaste, and I thank you as well. I give the floor to the director of the WHC to make a comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to all the delegates. No, it's just a very quick comment because it was to thank the delegate of South Sudan. And of course, South Sudan is among the 11 African countries with no World Heritage sites as of today, and that we are working together with all the partners as a priority to support and assist South Sudan, including with the great support of the African World Heritage Fund, to build the capacities, and so that South Sudan can present their nomination dossier very quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Disculparán, ando un poco mal de la voz en estos días. Nosotros coincidimos plenamente con las preocupaciones y con lo manifestado por el Estado parte de Noruega. Noruega es uno de los países que en años pasados se estableció en el ámbito del mandato del Comité de Patrimonio Mundial varias de las reglas que ahora estamos atendiendo y que se han atendido justamente en el grupo de trabajo de composición abierta que ha sesionado durante varias ocasiones en este año para llegar a dar resultados en este comité y que se empiezan a ver, por ejemplo, con el tema de las 4 modificaciones, 4 ya nada más, que ha habido a las recomendaciones de los órganos consultivos. Quiero sí remarcar ante la preocupación lo que manifestó la ONG World Heritage de que no hay informe de estado de conservación de muchos de los bienes inscritos en la lista, que recuerden que cada 6 años hay un ciclo de informes periódicos, el cual atendemos todas las regiones y en el cual se refleja el estado de conservación de cada uno de estos sitios. Que no estén reflejados en las sesiones del comité como estados de conservación no significa que no se da la información sobre el estado de conservación de los mismos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, as you can see, we have finished with examination of all our items on the agenda for this morning. Therefore, and as announced this morning, we will now proceed with examination of items 7 and 9A, followed by 10A. Are there any objections to this? I see none. Dear colleagues, as you will recall that it was decided to examine draft decision 46-7 contained in document 46.com/7 on the state of conservation of the World Heritage Properties at the end of our debates on items 7A, 7B, and 8B. This agenda item was introduced on 23rd of July by the Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies. Before we move to the examination of the draft decision, I would like to know whether there are any comments on this matter. I see no requests for any comments or questions. I therefore invite you to adopt the draft decision 46.7. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant point 7, Monsieur le Président.
There's no amendment because there's no amendment. Japan didn't submit an amendment. Okay. Japan didn't submit an amendment. It was a mistake. Yeah. Japan didn't submit an amendment.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7 adopted. This therefore closes our main agenda item 7. The Director, World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar, wants to make a comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Je voulais, distinguer membres du comité, peut-être juste faire un commentaire sur la manière dont nous travaillons pour analyser toutes les questions liées à l'état de conservation des sites du patrimoine mondial. Vous savez que avec le nombre croissant et important des sites, et aujourd'hui nous en avons 1223, le travail sur les questions de conservation sont de plus en plus pressantes. Et le but de ce document, qui reste ouvert, est aussi éventuellement de prendre en compte toutes les discussions que vous avez à la fois lors de l'examen des états de conservation, mais aussi sur des questions liées à l'état de conservation qui peuvent apparaître quand vous examinez les nominations. La manière dont ce document est effectivement présenté vous donne une idée des questions les plus pressantes, les plus récurrentes qui arrivent tout le temps. Et ces questions, nous vous apportons une série d'analyses stratégiques et une série de propositions sur les questions qui peuvent vous aider à nous guider sur les politiques du patrimoine mondial. Et nous espérons vraiment que ces décisions que vous avez adoptées puissent à la fois nous aider à faire le suivi, mais aussi vous aider, vous, à mieux comprendre ces questions pour anticiper, surtout, sur toutes les questions qui peuvent se poser à l'avenir sur l'ensemble de vos sites du patrimoine mondial. Et comme vous avez vu dans ce document, nous avons des points que vous connaissez tous et nous avons essayé au maximum dans ce document de vous donner des exemples concrets sur des questions que nous avons observées ou en tout cas analysées ensemble avec les organisations consultatives sur certains sites. Et l'année prochaine, vous verrez que ces questions, pour une bonne partie, reviendront encore. Alors, nous n'avons pas toutes les solutions avec les organisations consultatives, mais donc c'est un appel aussi auprès de tous les experts qui, tous les jours, travaillent sur le terrain pour que ce document que nous avons préparé, ils puissent vraiment le lire attentivement, les analyses qui sont faites, et partager aussi avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial leurs réflexions et leurs analyses. Et je crois que c'est un peu la raison pour laquelle vous nous avez demandé de faire ce travail, et c'est la raison pour laquelle peut-être le projet de décision peut paraître très long, parce que c'est un projet de décision que nous vous avons proposé avec 38 paragraphes, mais ils sont tous importants, ces paragraphes, et nous comptons vraiment sur votre appui pour nous aider et nous accompagner à pouvoir assurer la mise en œuvre des décisions qui ont été faites à la fois sur comment vous percevez aujourd'hui la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Et pour ce faire, nous avons publié 2 documents sur une enquête que nous avons menée qui est disponible aujourd'hui sur le site web. Comment aujourd'hui vous regardez et analysez la question des situations d'urgence qui résultent des conflits? Comment toute la question liée au relèvement et à la reconstruction, au relèvement des communautés, surtout à la reconstruction, est importante? Quels sont les défis aujourd'hui qui sont sur qui sont les pressions exercées par le développement et qui sont importantes à analyser et à prendre en compte pour rendre la gestion encore plus efficace et durable des sites du patrimoine mondial. Et comment aujourd'hui la question du changement climatique qui affecte de plus en plus les sites du patrimoine mondial, vous les percevez aujourd'hui. Et nous travaillons sur un guide sur l'adaptation au changement climatique et nous aurons de nouveaux outils à l'avenir qui vont vous permettre de faire un suivi beaucoup plus précis sur ces questions, de vous permettre d'avoir un engagement proactif sur ces questions. Et enfin, vous aurez aussi noté que la question de la contribution du patrimoine mondial à la conservation de la biodiversité est un aspect fondamental de ces décisions que vous avez prises aujourd'hui et nous allons essayer au maximum de faire un suivi. Et enfin, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais vraiment remercier tous les États parties, membres du comité et inclus, qui nous appuient, qui appuient tous les États parties afin de contribuer à l'amélioration des sites inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril et l'amélioration des conditions de tous les sites du patrimoine mondial. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the observer NGOs. First, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum of World Heritage, followed by the World Heritage Watch. IIPF, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I am speaking on behalf of the International Indigenous People Forum on World Heritage. We are encouraged by this decision, particularly the session of the local communities, indigenous peoples and human rights, which touches on a framed manner of the various issues that we face in our communities due to the impacts arising from World Heritage sites in our territories. We know with appreciation the mission of the International Expert Workshop on recognizing and respecting indigenous people heritage values in the World Heritage Sites, held in January this year. We can assure the World Heritage Committee and the World Heritage Center that the outcome document of this workshop is forthcoming very shortly, and kindly request you to widely disseminate this outcome document and take its findings and recommendations into serious considerations. We take this opportunity to stress the need to re-examine the criteria for inscribing natural sites in order to abolish artificial division between natural and cultural heritage, which is wholly inconsistent with the holistic worldview of indigenous people and has highly negative impacts on us in many World Heritage Sites. Regarding paragraph 26 and 27 of the decision, we underline that the state parties should be required to effectively demonstrate through credible evidence that indigenous people free, prior, and informed consent has been obtained when submitting nominations that may affect us, and that they be required to ensure the full and effective participation of indigenous people in designing and implementing management plan and monitoring framework for World Heritage Sites. Finally, on the collaboration between the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and the World Heritage Convention, we can inform that our Indigenous Forum will link to the pre-COP International Summit on Traditional Biodiversity-Related Knowledge to be held in Bogotá in August, and stress upon the need that indigenous people are effectively involved in the joint program of work. Thank you, Mr. Person.
Thank you for your comments. I now give the floor to the World Heritage Watch. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I will make a statement on behalf of the Diyarbakir City Protection Platform, the Stonehenge Alliance, the Sudan Cultural Heritage Relief, Amnesty International, Ohrid SOS, the Center for Biological Diversity, and the Save the Tigris Foundation. Start of statement. We do not see much of a point in making statements after decisions have been taken. We collectively express our disappointment in the lack of engagement with civil society by the committee prior to adopting its decisions. We do not want to give the World Heritage Committee any pretext to maintain the appearance that there is any participation of civil society, impacted local communities and indigenous peoples at its meetings worthy of the name. The UN system at large relies on expertise and active engagement of civil society across different sectors. In the Conference of State Parties to other conventions, such as the Convention on Biological Diversity, the International Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Convention on the Expressions of Cultural Diversity, civil society actors participate in the opinion-forming process as a matter of course. The World Heritage Convention alone is trailing decades behind what has become time-tested successful practice in the UN family. It is long overdue that the World Heritage Committee also recognizes contributions of civil society and gives them appropriate space in its deliberations. We call on the state parties to amend the rules of procedure to give civil society the right to participate meaningfully in the committee's discussions. End of statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rules of procedure.
Para 22.4 of the Rules of Procedure states, the representatives of organizations, individuals, and observers referred to in Rules 6, 7, and 8 may address the meeting with the prior consent of the chairperson. And that's why they have been permitted to address the meeting. Dear colleagues, the next item of our agenda concerns the upstream process. Please refer to document 46.com/9A. Mr. Alessandro Balsamo, I invite you to briefly present document 9A. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Document 9A presents the progress report on the upstream process and the new upstream process request received. The committee launched in 2011 an initiative called Upstream Process, which aimed to explore options for improving and strengthening the nomination process. The upstream process has been incorporated in the operational guidelines in 2015. In its implementation over the first years highlighted a number of challenges in terms of human and financial resources, but also the need for conceptual clarification on its scope. In 2018, the committee approved a revised definition of the upstream process proposed by the ad hoc working group that met in that year, and requested the Secretariat to integrate it in the operational guidelines in the framework of the revision of the 43rd session in 2019. In 2020, the guidance on developing and revising World Heritage tentative list was prepared by the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center in order to address the upstream process requests regarding the creation or revision of tentative lists in a more consistent and structured way. Subsequently, the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies have operationalized this guidance through the toolkit for state parties and resource persons. The toolkit is used for workshops on the development and revision of tentative lists and contributes to a streamlined and coherent implementation of all upstream process requests concerning tentative lists. The document also refers to the relationship between the upstream process and the preliminary assessment and makes reference to the proposal to exempt from the preliminary assessment procedure nomination of sites having been subject to an upstream process concerning a specific site, as adopted in item 8 a few minutes ago. It is always important also to emphasize that the application of the upstream process approach does not imply that a site would ultimately be inscribed on the World Heritage List. The main aim of the upstream process is to reduce the number of sites that experience significant problems during the nomination process and to avoid significant investment in financial and human resources where the proposed sites do not demonstrate potential for justifying outstanding universal value. Concerning the new request received by the 31st March 2024 deadline, the World Heritage Center received 6 upstream process requests. Annex 1 of document 9A shows this request in order of priority. Annex 2 of the document presents the list of pending upstream process requests received from 2018 to 2024. They are divided by year of submission and object of the advice requested, tentative list or nomination, and presented in English alphabetical order by state party. Since the launch of the upstream process, a high number of requests has been received from all regions. However, the implementation of the upstream process has proven to be challenging, especially in terms of calendar and financial resources, as it is undertaken according to the availability of financial and human resources. The implementation rate of the upstream process request is therefore determined by the resources available each year, hence causing a backlog of requests and long waiting times for state parties. Finally, we would like to thank state parties of Ireland and Kazakhstan for their financial support to the overall coordination of the upstream process. The draft decision is on page 3 of the both English and French version of document 9A. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments, requests for the floor from the state party. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving India the floor. And since this is the first time in the day that we are taking floor, a very good morning to everyone. Mr. Chair, the upstream process has indeed been a transformative initiative for the World Heritage Convention. We heard the report from the Secretariat. It was launched during the 32nd session in Quebec City in 2008, and this initiative has impacted the convention. The inclusion of the upstream process in the operational guidelines in 2015 marked a milestone, illustrating its value beyond pilot projects and embedding it as a standard beneficial practice for many states parties. As we look to the future, the 2024 deadline brought in, as the Secretariat mentioned, 6 new requests reflecting a diverse regional and economic representation, all aimed at potential future site nominations. Having said that,
India, may I request you to please, because we are hearing 2 voices. Here you have the floor.
However, we would like to address a concern which was, presented in the report that we have received in paragraph 19 of the background document, which presents the upstream process and preliminary assessment as mutually exclusive options. The document suggests that these processes are interchangeable, implying that one could substitute the other. Also noted in paragraph 8, the financial burden of the upstream process is generally borne by the state party, while the funding mechanism for the preliminary assessment remains unclear to date. Additionally, paragraph 11 points out that the implementation of the upstream process has been challenging due to the calendar and financial constraints. The rate of implementation is influenced by resources available each year, leading to a backlog of requests and extended waiting times. While LDCs, low-income and low-middle income countries and SIDS are prioritized for financial support, the available resources remain limited. The mandatory preliminary assessment process could also face similar challenges with an uncertain funding mechanism, which is also pointed out by the Secretariat in their brief report. Time frame is another issue. Upstream process, as the para 16 of the same document reads, timeline to deal with upstream process could be on an average up to 18 months. We've heard time and again that there is no implication on the time frame for submitting a nomination dossier. So I have a question for the Secretariat, that can they confirm that given the fact that the upstream process takes minimum 1.5 years and or preliminary assessment takes 1 year before the submission of the dossier, can the Secretariat confirm that with up to 35 nominations being submitted for the PA preliminary assessment from 2027 onwards, when it becomes mandatory, that there will still be no financial implications for the same on the states parties? Or in case that there is, how is Center geared up, the World Heritage Center geared up for that? Mr. Chair, India maintains its position that, and we would like this to be recorded in the report, that both processes, that is preliminary assessment as well as your upstream process, are useful and should be used by those who need it than making it mandatory. By keeping both processes voluntary rather than mandatory, states parties can choose the processes that best fit their needs and context, allowing for informed decisions based on their financial concerns and priorities without being forced into following one process or the other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any requests for the floor? Any further queries? Mr. Balsamo, I hope you have noted the questions. You have the floor to respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Honourable Delegate of India for the questions concerning the upstream process and the preliminary assessment. We have to say that, as it is also underlined in document 9A, these are two mechanisms that are, let's say, in a certain sense, quite similar because they intervene at the early stage of the nomination process. However, the difference between these two mechanisms in how they are implemented are quite important, and especially as the question was concerning the financial implications, we have to underline that while the cost of upstream process request has to be borne by the requesting state party, this is not the case for the preliminary assessment. Therefore, in terms of financial constitution of the two processes, this is a big difference. And of course, as it was underlined by the distinguished delegate of India, it is indeed true that for the time being, the response to the way of, let's say, contributing financially to the preliminary assessment is not yet found, while in any case for the upstream process, as it is underlined, this is another question because the cost is with the state party that is requesting it. But the question of the financial sustainability of the preliminary assessment is one of those that are at stake in the context of the discussion of the open-ended working group, which will be discussed, as you know, later on in the agenda in point 11. And we know that the group has still a lot of recommendations to review if the group is mandated to work for next year. I think that with this it's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. India, this is your second time you requested information on the financial aspects, and there is no clear response. But would you like to restate your question specifically, as well as your request to have it recorded in the report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are concerned about two aspects. Of course, one is the financial implication, which we have been talking about. And yes, we haven't got a very clear indication as to when the preliminary assessment kicks into force as a mandatory step. what will be the financial burden, because we do recall last year in the ad hoc working group for the budget, there was a presentation by the Director of World Heritage Center wherein it was mentioned that this process will have an impact which may potentially also either reduce the number of evaluations a year, or perhaps it may also have an implication in supporting certain, certain missions or certain sort of, the fund to be given for conservation or for the management or for, capacity building initiatives. So I do recall that, and we do have papers with us which were shared by the Secretariat. So that aspect has to be borne in mind. The second, what we are also trying to say is we are certainly saying that both the processes are important. They have a role in the overall, the nomination. Any state party who wishes to take advice for, ensuring that that the nominations are successful, that they have they are able to establish the outstanding universal value of a property, in a more sort of a cohesive manner. Yes, these processes are very important and should be taken, but by those who wish to take it. But thrusting it upon, and I do remember, Mr. Chair, there was also a statistics that when this was being discussed and adopted, that I think it was only about 31 or 32 states parties which had participated in this. There was a survey that was conducted. I don't have those papers with me right now. So
37 out of 195, which is 19% of the state parties had responded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your memory is far sharper than mine. But yes, that is what it is. So what we are trying to say is that let this be first thoroughly discussed. Yes, the Secretariat is rightly pointing out that this open-ended working group is looking at it, is looking at these processes as well. So therefore, our appeal here is that till we have a very firm, clearer perspective on this, that yes, we should keep it voluntary. That is our take on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And the Secretariat informs me that your request, please do not talk like this, you can go behind. And yeah, the Secretariat request that has informed that your request to have it recorded in the report has been noted. Mr. Balsamo, you want to respond to this? You have the floor.
Maybe just to bring in a more precise matter. First of all, saying that as it was, I think, noted in the budget group that was all during this session, for the next 2 years, there are no worries about basically the supporting financial contribution that are needed to support the preliminary assessment. And second, I think we have a different vision on the number of state parties that participated in the process as the survey, which was only anyway the kicking off of the whole process, which lasted 4 years. It was replied by 73 state parties, but that was just the first of many steps that over 4 years included also the review of 2 World Heritage Committee sessions and several ad hoc and open-ended working group. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar. You have the floor. And after that, I will go to the distinguished representative of Argentina, to be followed by Rwanda.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I just wanted to add a few comments after, maybe to add more clarification on the comments made by the distinguished delegate of India. Now, the first thing which definitely it's clear is that when it comes to the upstream process itself, it is true that we have in the World Heritage Fund an allocated budget of $100,000, so which allow us to conduct our work, knowing also that there are some voluntary contributions that are being provided by member states or state parties to support this process. And but the World Heritage Committee itself has already allocated an amount. In the previous budget, it was 130,000, if I remember correctly. It is true, and I confirm exactly what I had said, which you correctly reminded, and you were right. What also I said recently is that yes, this year, for the cycle that is going to commence concerning preliminary assessment, we are able to cope with the finance to be able to conduct this cycle. And at the same time, as my colleague Alessandro Balsamo was saying, is that there is a mandate also of the open-ended working group where we will continue this discussion. And the first attempt that we have been doing is, of course, to try to find, something which is more, I will say, logic between the upstream and the preliminary assessment, whereby we will be able to, once you have started once you've done the upstream, it meant that you don't need to go this way. So we are trying to, and our proposal, of course, is to say that if we can approve and combine this two, because the two process, to say that let's exempt from the preliminary assessment procedure sites that have been subject to an upstream process, and this will also continue to improve the situation. But definitely, we count on the contribution of India during the open-ended working group to continue having this important discussion, and what the delegate of India has said would clearly be kept and recorded in the proceedings of this meeting as requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. Solo para recordar cómo nació esto, y que es muy importante y que está mostrando cómo funciona este comité. Hay una gran confusión entre el proceso de fase previa y de evaluación preliminar. Y no es porque no haya información, sino porque esta información no es conocida tal vez en el terreno. Esto también es una responsabilidad nuestra. Estamos trabajando y creemos que hay que seguir en el grupo de trabajo. Y lo que quiero recordar es que este mecanismo nació precisamente del diálogo con entre el Centro de Patrimonio y las delegaciones en la UNESCO para facilitarnos el trabajo. No es un proceso de negociación entre los estados que llevó a esto, sino que se vieron problemas y en base a este diálogo se empezaron a hacer estos mecanismos del que fuimos muy bien informados y que fueron poco a poco llegando a las guías operativas. Creemos que este espíritu es el que debe prevalecer y este comité es un ejemplo. Todos hemos hablado en los corredores del espíritu de diálogo que está reinando en este comité, que esperemos que en los próximos siga así, inspirados por esta presidencia y tal vez por el pueblo de este hermoso país que nos enseña cómo debemos tratarnos los unos a los otros. Queremos manifestar que la confusión existe, que el grupo de trabajo tiene que seguir adelante, los problemas tienen que seguir siendo dialogados y tienen muchísimo que ver con uno de los primeros temas tratados, que fue el aumento de las capacidades. Los dos temas están extremadamente vinculados, por lo tanto queremos reforzar este tema para el grupo de trabajo, que es capacidad y aumento de capacidades y los procesos de los que estamos hablando en el punto 9A. Gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. I now give the floor to Rwanda, followed by St. Vincent. Rwanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to everyone. It's going to be very quick. We really wanted to start support the strong and clear statement made by India, and we also wish to have it recorded that we support India's statement. Thank you.
Rwanda's request to support India's statement has been noted by the Secretariat. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. St. Vincent and the Grenadines attach a great importance to the upstream process. Without this upstream process, we couldn't have a advance in our nomination file with common nomination file with Grenada. But here we are talking about the upstream process. We don't want to mix upstream process and preliminary assessment. And I am sure that at the open-ended working group we will have the opportunity to speak about the preliminary assessment and the obligations embedded already in the operational guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there requests? Any other member state would like to raise its plate, to raise a question? India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think part of my question is yet not answered when I had requested to understand whether the timelines, if you follow either of the two processes as a mandatory, thing, because as of now, upstream process is voluntary, and preliminary assessment is going to be mandatory from 2027 onwards. As of now, of course, even preliminary assessment is also voluntary. But you will have a situation where is one step as a voluntary and one step as a mandatory would be juxtaposed, with one another. So will once we put a property on the tentative list and wherein you have a cooling off period of minimum of 1 year, and then we submit the nomination dossier, and therein kicks in preliminary assessment, which will take at least 1 year. Therein kicks in either the upstream process, upstream process, where minimum it takes 18 months. This is minimum as per this document. Aren't the timelines stretching further? That is what the question I had requested from the Secretariat, and I hope an answer for that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think Mr. Balsamo would be the right person. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question that will, I hope, allow me to clarify that these are two, let's say, similar processes, but distinct in the way they will and they are applied. Indeed, the upstream process is not at all mandatory, it's totally voluntary, it's not foreseen in any way that will become mandatory. But moreover, what is important to underline, upstream process is also more and more, I will say, with the addition of the preliminary assessment, upstream process will become focusing on the revision of the tentative list. The request to have an upstream process on a single site will be less and less, we think, we consider, with the introduction of the preliminary assessment. And indeed, the decision that the committee just took at this session shows, and it was useful to avoid any, let's say, redundancy, because while the upstream process is totally voluntary, it is an early advice on a nomination, so it has the same, let's say, focus of the preliminary assessment. So if it is undertaken, there will be no need to undergo a preliminary assessment that, as rightly mentioned, will eventually become mandatory from 2027. So there is absolutely no additional burden in terms of timelines, because it's only the upstream, the preliminary assessment that takes 1 year, while the nominating state party is preparing the nomination. I may also add that in the context of the open-ended working group, the Secretariat and the advisory bodies have been requested to reflect on ways also to streamline further the nomination process, and one of the things things that may be put on the table and presented already to the next session of the World Heritage Committee is a proposal to, let's say, lessen the time for the submission of the tentative list prior to the submission of a preliminary assessment, which currently is 1 year. Basically, as a preliminary assessment is dealing with the idea of a site of a potential nomination, this timeline can also be reduced to 1 month, for instance, reducing the overall duration of the official part, let's say, of the nomination process. So I think, I hope that I answered the question.
No. Can you repeat what timeline could be reduced to 1 month?
The timeline, well, we are going to propose, it's not yet something for this committee, but it will be the submission of the tentative list, which is currently requested to be done 1 year prior to the submission of the preliminary assessment. This timeline could be actually reduced even to 1 month or something like that.
Thank you for the clarification. I see Lebanon has raised its plate. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, point A is about upstream process, but it seems we moved to preliminary assessment. I just wanted to note one thing. If we had a preliminary assessment procedure, 3 properties that were presented in this committee and were discussed and where we had problems between the proposal of the advisory body and the decision of the committee and the modification that were introduced by the state parties to be in conformity with the advisory bodies, namely Sado Islands, namely Iran, namely Italy, where the state parties approved the proposals that were done by the advisory bodies. If we had had preliminary assessment, we would have had nomination that would arrive at the committee clear, clean, with an approval of the advisory body and of the state parties. Thank you.
Thank you. It would have been so wonderful if the mountains were perfect triangles and planetary orbits were circular. But that's not the case, and preliminary assessments also cost a lot more than what the upstream process costs, at least as far as the World Heritage Fund is concerned. So we appeal that contributions and donations to the World Heritage Fund may kindly be increased from all the generous-hearted parties, and we move on from this point. If there are no further requests to take the floor, I see none. With this, I think we have I therefore invite you to proceed with the adoption of the draft decision 46-9A, but before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments. Kazakhstan, I see that you have now raised your plate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to request to add our country as a supporter of the upstream process in the draft decision in para 7, as Mr. Balzama mentioned in his statement at the beginning of the discussion of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balsamo.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Kazakhstan for this note. Indeed, it's true, the mention of Kazakhstan in the decision is not there simply because we received the contribution after the publication of the document. So I think it would be exact to add Kazakhstan in the draft decision for the contribution.
Yeah, that's why she intervened and said, please add now. So now that you have added, are there any amendments or objections to adopt this draft decision? We see that this paragraph 7 has been adopted, has been amended. So is there any objection for this entire decision to be adopted as a whole as amended? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-9A adopted as amended. Thank you. Item 9A is now closed. I now give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to make some announcements. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to inform you that there is one side event for a lunch break, and it is the event organized by the State Party of Burkina Faso on the implementation of the 1972 Convention entitled An Overview of Burkina Faso's Experience, and this will start at 1 p.m. But more than that, most important thing also, Mr. Chairperson and distinguished delegate, I all encourage you, invite you to go and visit the wonderful exhibition, Incredible India in all 14. If you haven't done so, please, it's just incredible. You will find so many things. So I invite you to go and visit this exhibition, which was kindly put up by the host country. And I really would like to thank them for giving us such an experience. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This meeting is now adjourned till 3 p.m. Take your seats. Please take your seats. Dear colleagues, dear committee members, let's resume our session. I hope you have had a pleasant, prolonged lunch break. We are now going to examine agenda items as follows. We will start with item 10A, to be followed by item 10B, before moving to items 12 and 13. Thank you very much. We will move now to the reports related to the periodic reporting exercise of the 1972 Convention. We will start with the report on the results of the third periodic cycle reporting exercise in Europe and North America. The relevant information is enclosed in document WHC/24/46.com/10A.rev. Allow me to now give the floor to Ms. Berta de San Cristobal, Chief of the Europe and North America Unit of the World Heritage Center, who will present to us this report. Ms. San Cristobal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Indeed, as the Chairperson just mentioned, you have on your slide the document where the report on the results of the third cycle of periodic reporting exercise in Europe and North America can be found. The reason for having published a REV version was to include the three annexes, as displayed also on the screen. The first is a quantitative analysis of the outcomes for the section on the implementation of the Convention at the national level. Annex 2 is also a quantitative analysis of the outcomes for Section 2, meaning the implementation of the World Heritage Convention at the level of each property. And the third annex shows the trend between the second cycle of periodic reporting and the third cycle, based on the established monitoring indicators that have been used for all other regions and which are used to determine the comparability of the data collected through the questionnaires in the two cycles. The third cycle of periodic reporting for all regions was launched by the committee in 2017 by decision 41-COM10A. Progress report on the implementation of the third cycle of periodic reporting in this region, in Europe and North America, have been presented to the committee in 2019, 2021, and 2023. In its decisions, the committee has highlighted the role of the Secretariat in ensuring a holistic approach across regions by providing overall coordination, guidance tools and analysis, and by facilitating a state party-driven process. Last year, in a progress report on the implementation of the action plans for the second cycle of periodic reporting in Europe and North America, respectively, two different action plans, the World Heritage Center was requested to include in the regional report to be submitted to this session an assessment of the progress made in the implementation of the respective action plans in each region, based on the information that state parties provided in the questionnaires of the third cycle of periodic reporting between 2022 and 2023. And this brief analysis can be found in subsection 1.1.2 of your document. The third cycle of periodic reporting in Europe and North America started in September 2022. The Secretariat organized and met with the national focal points in the region during an online kickoff meeting in October 2022, which brought together 85 representatives of state parties. The first phase of the exercise ran until the end of July last year, during which state parties were invited to organize consultation and capacity building workshops at the national level. Thanks to the generous support of the governments of Ireland and Italy through the UNESCO Regional Office for Science and Culture in Europe in Venice, the Secretariat organized a sub-regional consultation and capacity building meeting in Kotor, Montenegro, at the end of October last year, attended by 14 state parties from southeastern Europe. The participants considered some of the preliminary analysis of the findings of the periodic report and the priority issues that emerged from this reporting exercise. The Secretariat then continued to analyze the responses to both sections of the periodic reporting questionnaire in order to prepare a draft regional report, the outline of which was circulated to state parties in the region prior to the regional consultation held at UNESCO headquarters in December last year. The three-day workshop in December, made possible thanks to the financial support of the governments of Germany and Ireland, allow for an in-depth discussion with 44 of the 51 state parties in the region and served as the basis for the development of a regional action plan that you have to examine today. Following this regional consultation, in-person regional consultation, the regional action plan was refined by the Secretariat and circulated for review. Comments were received from 18 state parties on the pre-final draft, which were then incorporated in the final version that you have today with you, and which has been finalized by the Secretariat in the 2 working languages of the committee. Next slide, please. Who are the key actors of this exercise? As you know, the 51 state parties to the convention in the region that have been invited to complete the questionnaire on the implementation of the convention at the national level, as well as the site managers of 548 World Heritage properties at the time of the launch of the exercise, who were invited to complete Section 2 on the implementation of the convention at the property level. The exercise has been coordinated by the World Heritage Center in close cooperation with the UNESCO Regional Bureau for Science and Culture in Europe for the state parties covered by that bureau. The contribution of the independent experts, Sarah Kurt and Melissa Marin, led by Leticia Leitao, to the in-depth analysis of the vast amount of data collected during the exercise was crucial to the presentation of this report. The World Heritage Center would like to express its sincere thanks to all 3 of them. Cooperation with the advisory bodies has also been ensured throughout this process. So the World Heritage Center is pleased to report that all 51 state parties in the region submitted their questionnaires, achieving a 100% completion rate. For Section 2, so the property level section, 543 out of the 548 World Heritage property questionnaires were submitted, which is a pretty good rate of submission. In presenting these figures, allow me to highlight the fact that this is the first time that Europe and North America region have been able to report as a single region. Before, they were reporting separately. In addition, these figures reflect a significant investment of human capacity and commitment at all relevant levels of the state parties. And in particular, the dedicated contribution of the national focal points for the implementation of the convention, as well as the World Heritage Site managers, who undertook the significant task of completing the reporting questionnaires. Next slide, please. The table on this slide provides information on the number of properties inscribed on the World Heritage List during the 2nd and the 3rd cycle of periodic reporting, and concerning the number of sites on the tentative list of the state parties in the region. Overall, as you can see, the number of properties inscribed in Europe and North America between the 2 cycles grew by 75, which represents an increase of 16% in 10 years. During the same period, the number of sites on the tentative list dropped by 16. When asked about the main perceived benefits of inscribing properties on the World Heritage List, most state parties report that the main benefit is enhanced honor and prestige. This is followed by the improved presentation of sites, strengthened protection and conservation of heritage, which comes number 3, rank 3, increased number of tourists and visitors, and enhanced conservation practices. In the process of developing tentative lists, the majority of the state parties use ICOMOS thematic studies. IUC and thematic studies seem to have been used less, but this is somewhat to be expected given the heavy focus on cultural heritage in Europe, in one of the 2 sub-regions. 71% of the state parties report having used the UNESCO Global Strategy for a representative, balanced, and credible World Heritage List. Concerning the upstream process, 16% of the state parties use it to support the revision of their tentative list, while 2 nominations were presented to the World Heritage Committee after having received upstream assistance. Let me get to some of the findings of the periodic reporting cycle at the level of at the national level. So most of the state parties in the region consider that the legal framework for the identification of both cultural and natural heritage is fully adequate. Legal frameworks were considered slightly less adequate for the conservation and protection of cultural heritage than natural heritage. And while most state parties consider that there was sufficient capacity to enforce the legal framework for cultural heritage and natural heritage, almost half of them consider that existing capacities and resources to enforce the legal framework could be strengthened for both cultural and natural heritage. So this appears to be a priority for the region. With regard to financial resources, more than half of the state parties have policies to allocate side revenue for the conservation and protection of cultural and natural heritage. Nevertheless, few state parties in the region consider the current budgets for cultural and natural heritage to be adequate. In terms of human resources, only a fourth of the state parties felt that they had adequate resources for cultural heritage, while almost one-third responded that they felt the same for natural heritage. In terms of capacity development needs, the following were identified as the highest priorities for both cultural and natural heritage: sustainable development, sustainable resource utilization and management, conservation and management of heritage sites, impact assessment tools, strengthening resilience to natural hazards and climate change, risk preparedness, and disaster risk management. However, it should be noted that when considering capacity development needs for cultural heritage compared to natural heritage, slightly different results emerge, and details can be found in the report. There is significant cooperation and synergies reported in the region with other conventions and programs related to culture and biodiversity. The communication is the most intense with the focal points of the 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the event of armed conflict and the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. There is also notable communication with responsible for the Men and Biosphere program and the Convention on Wetlands of International Importance. Next slide, please. It is worth highlighting that where cooperation exists between different programs and conventions, it is more likely to be between natural properties and nature-related conventions and programs than between cultural properties and culture-related conventions and programs. The highest levels of cooperation are between natural sites and the MAP program, with 50% of World Heritage managers reporting this, and with Ramsar focal points. Among the 329 cultural properties that considered the 2011 UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape to be relevant, nearly half had nevertheless not used it. Regarding the assessment of the condition of the key attributes that convey the outstanding universal value of the World Heritage properties, site managers reported that these were well conserved in the majority of properties. No attributes were reported to have been lost at any property. It should be noted, however, that the analysis of the attributes reported reveals a variable level of understanding of the concepts of values and attributes, with some properties providing incomplete or inaccurate information. Almost all properties in the region have an adopted or retrospective outstanding universal value statement, which forms the basis for all conservation and management activities. However, it is worth noting that 20% of properties with an adopted statement of outstanding universal value indicate that it needs to be updated. One of the main results of the reporting is to provide an overall picture of the factors affecting the state of conservation of all heritage properties in the region from the standard list of factors, which is also the list used on the reactive monitoring. It should be noted that the reporting has taken into account both positive and negative factors. The three main positive and negative factors currently affecting the properties in the region are shown in the table on the slide. For cultural and mixed properties, the most common negative factors are climate change and severe weather events, and local conditions affecting physical fabric. For natural properties, the most reported negative factors are, again, climate change and severe weather events, followed by pollution and invasive alien terrestrial species. A common positive factor for all types of World Heritage property is the adequate management and institutional factors. There is, however, an important link between the periodic reporting process and the monitoring of the state of conservation of properties by the committee, the advisory bodies, and the Secretariat under the reactive monitoring process. While periodic reporting allows for a self-assessment by the national and local authorities responsible for a World Heritage property, the committee's monitoring activities and reviews provide an external perspective involving international experts when the properties are considered under threat. Together, these two statutory processes complement each other and provide a comprehensive understanding of the state of conservation of World Heritage properties in Europe and North America. So we want to share with you the results back-to-back with the periodic reporting exercise. On average, the World Heritage Committee examines the state of conservation of some 30 to 35 World Heritage properties in Europe and North America each year. Since the completion of the second cycle of periodic reporting, 252 reports have been submitted to the committee, covering 91 properties in 35 state parties in Europe and North America. That is more than 2/3 of the states in this region. During the third cycle of periodic reporting, 16% of the properties covered by the exercise have been subject to reactive monitoring at one time or another. If we compare the negative factors for the same period, so as reported in the periodic reporting cycle exercise, with the factors reported in the reactive monitoring statistics for the region, we get a very different picture of the threats. On the reactive monitoring process, the first 6 major threats are management systems and management plans, and you will recall that I just said it was the first positive factor identified under periodic reporting, followed by housing, legal frameworks, impact of tourism, visitor recreation, ground transport infrastructure, and major visitor accommodation and associated infrastructure. Now turning to the findings of the periodic reporting in terms of boundaries and delimitation of properties. Properties throughout the region are considered to have adequate boundaries to maintain their outstanding universal value. The adequacy of buffer zone is, however, lower, as only 60% of site managers report that their buffer zone is fully adequate. Significant attention has been paid in recent years to legal, regulatory, contractual, planning, institution, and/or traditional protective measures. 78% of the properties are reported to be protected and managed by an adequate and effective legal framework that helps to maintain their outstanding universal value. Overall, the region has seen a slight improvement in legal frameworks for identifying heritage since the second cycle of periodic reporting, while legal frameworks for the conservation and protection of heritage have declined significantly over the same period. With regards to the priority management needs identified by the site managers, the most important ones are, again, addressing climate change, disaster risk management, and capacity building, human resources, and budget issues. The results on the existence of management plans and their effectiveness should therefore be contrasted with the results on the existence of monitoring mechanisms. Only half of all properties report having a comprehensive integrated monitoring program that is relevant to management needs. It should be noted that there are more properties reporting having monitoring programs than reporting having adequate monitoring indicators, which may indicate that some of the reported monitoring programs may not be fully effective. For those properties that report having monitoring indicators, these are more likely to measure state of conservation than management effectiveness or good governance. Je vais continuer en français. Les rapports doivent déboucher sur des actions. Et il n'est que juste, après tout le travail accompli par tant de parties prenantes dans la région, dans le cadre de cet exercice, que le secrétariat soit en mesure de proposer un plan d'action pour soutenir les tendances positives existantes et proposer des actions pour relever les défis identifiés. Tel est le but du plan d'action, constitué en 5 objectifs stratégiques, 26 résultats escomptés et un menu de 97 activités proposées. Le Centre du patrimoine mondial se réjouit que le plan d'action régional qui est aujourd'hui proposé à ce comité soit le résultat d'un véritable effort commun mené en collaboration avec les différentes parties prenantes et qui se veut un cadre général mais aussi spécifique à la région. J'insiste sur le fait que l'une des principales nouveautés de ce plan d'action est qu'il s'agit pour la première fois d'un document commun à l'Europe et l'Amérique du Nord. Le plan d'action proposé a été élaboré sur la base des éléments suivants. Les résultats des rapports périodiques du 3e cycle soumis par tous les États parties de la région, Les résultats de l'atelier de consultation de 3 jours à l'échelle régionale en décembre 2027, avec la participation des points focaux nationaux chargés de la mise en œuvre de la Convention, et les commentaires reçus de 18 États parties sur un avant-projet pré-final au début de cette année. D'après ce plan d'action, les activités, les plus de 90 activités proposées par les États parties doivent être comprises comme un menu parmi lequel les États sont invités à choisir les actions qui leur semblent les plus pertinentes pour leur cadre. En revanche, les résultats escomptés et les objectifs stratégiques ont pour vocation de se vouloir pertinents pour l'ensemble des États de cette région. Le plan d'action régional fournit un cadre pour tous les biens du patrimoine mondial, qu'ils soient inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en tant que biens culturels, naturels ou mixtes. Il reconnaît ainsi l'interconnexion du patrimoine culturel et naturel, en notant que la plupart des biens du patrimoine mondial sont le résultat de dynamiques sociales et écologiques profondément imbriquées au fil du temps. Le plan d'action aborde aussi les 5 objectifs stratégiques, connus sous le nom des 5 C, adoptés par le Comité du patrimoine mondial en tant que des thèmes transversaux, inséparables et interdépendants. Tout d'abord, la conservation, qui est au cœur de la mise en œuvre de la Convention et sous-tend l'ensemble du contenu de ce plan d'action. Ensuite, la crédibilité, une crédibilité qui s'entend par rapport à tous les aspects de la mise en œuvre de la Convention, bien que la crédibilité de la liste en tant que témoignage représentatif et géographiquement équilibré des biens culturels et naturels de valeur universelle exceptionnelle reste essentielle pour une région qui représente près de la moitié du nombre total des biens inscrits. Le plan d'action reconnaît également que la pleine participation des communautés locales et ou des peuples autochtones à la gestion des biens du patrimoine mondial et le respect de la diversité, de l'égalité des genres et des droits humains sont essentiels à la mise en œuvre équitable de la Convention et du plan d'action régional lui-même. Le renforcement des capacités et la communication, quant à eux, sont considérés comme des outils à part entière pour soutenir la mise en œuvre de ce plan d'action. Le renforcement des capacités des différents acteurs, qu'il s'agisse de praticiens du patrimoine, d'autorités gouvernementales ou d'autres types d'institutions ou de représentants des communautés locales, est fondamental pour atteindre les résultats escomptés du plan d'action. C'est pourquoi le plan d'action fixe des priorités générales pour le renforcement des capacités dans la région qui peuvent être précisées dans des stratégies nationales ou sous-régionales. Ces stratégies devraient également contribuer à renforcer l'appréciation des biens du patrimoine mondial par le biais de programmes d'éducation, de participation et d'information. La communication sur les bénéfices de la protection des biens du patrimoine mondial aux communautés et à la société dans son ensemble est essentielle pour obtenir et maintenir le soutien du public en faveur de la conservation. Je vais vous présenter très rapidement les 5 objectifs stratégiques sur lesquels la région s'est mise d'accord dans ce plan d'action. Le premier que vous voyez donc à l'écran, c'est de renforcer les cadres politiques, juridiques et réglementaires pour assurer la protection de la valeur universelle exceptionnelle pour une bonne gouvernance et une gestion efficace des biens du patrimoine mondial. En effet, assurer l'application et la mise en œuvre des cadres juridiques et réglementaires, ainsi que leur alignement sur les orientations, sont des aspects essentiels pour donner une priorité à la protection du patrimoine naturel et culturel au niveau national et au niveau des biens. Ce premier objectif stratégique vise ainsi à encourager auprès de tous les acteurs la mise en œuvre d'une approche de gestion intégrée de la protection des biens du patrimoine mondial, en assurant une collaboration entre les différents niveaux d'administration et les divers secteurs, tout en promouvant une croissance économique soutenue, inclusive et durable, ainsi que des opportunités de travail décents dans le contexte du patrimoine mondial. Le deuxième objectif stratégique vise à améliorer les processus de planification et de suivi de la gestion pour assurer la protection à long terme des biens du patrimoine mondial. En effet, des plans de gestion efficaces, limités dans le temps, inclusifs et officiellement reconnus sont essentiels pour atteindre cet objectif. Le renforcement des réseaux des gestionnaires, la promotion de l'échange régulier de bonnes pratiques et la résolution concertée des problèmes permettront de relever plus efficacement ces défis communs. En outre, l'intégration des plans de gestion dans des instruments de planification plus larges garantira des stratégies de protection cohérentes et globales. Ce deuxième objectif stratégique vise donc à ce que tous les acteurs impliqués disposent des outils nécessaires pour affiner les processus de planification et de suivi de la gestion afin d'assurer la protection et la conservation durable du bien du patrimoine mondial. Le troisième objectif stratégique, c'est de mettre la réflexion sur la résilience, la préparation aux situations d'urgence, la gestion des risques liés aux catastrophes, l'atténuation du changement climatique, l'adaptation à celui-ci au cœur des efforts de conservation et de gestion. En effet, l'exercice de rapport périodique a révélé que l'intégration de la réflexion sur la résilience, la préparation aux situations d'urgence, la gestion des risques de catastrophes et l'atténuation du changement climatique doivent être au cœur de toute initiative de protection et de conservation. La promotion du développement et de la mise à jour régulière de ces outils de travail sur la base des données disponibles et avec la participation des communautés locales et d'autres acteurs pertinents qui font partie de leur système de gestion est essentielle pour parvenir à leur intégration dans les plans et stratégies à long terme et plus larges de gestion des risques de catastrophes et de changement climatique. Le quatrième et avant-dernier objectif stratégique est celui d'exploiter tout le potentiel des biens du patrimoine mondial en tant que moteur de développement durable et en tant que moyen de parvenir au bien-être des êtres humains dans le respect des limites de la planète. Certains se souviendront que cet objectif stratégique a donné lieu à beaucoup de discussions lors de la réunion de décembre. Mais en effet, le plan d'action régional se donne pour objectif stratégique de garantir que la gestion durable des biens du patrimoine mondial et la réalisation de leur capacité à agir en tant que moteur de développement durable s'effectue grâce à la participation significative des divers acteurs à la prise de décision. Le temps est presque fini, je vais abréger. Donc le cinquième et dernier objectif stratégique de ce plan est de renforcer la crédibilité de la liste du patrimoine mondial en identifiant et en protégeant le patrimoine culturel et naturel ayant une potentielle valeur universelle exceptionnelle par le biais de processus structurés, participatifs et transparents. Et ceux parmi vous qui ont participé à la réunion de consultation de décembre, vous vous souviendrez que nombreux parmi vous ont souhaité voir figurer cet objectif en dernier du plan régional d'action. Il aborde l'aspect critique de la crédibilité de la liste du patrimoine mondial en préconisant des processus de mise à jour de listes indicatives qui soient guidés par des évaluations exhaustives, par des larges consultations et par l'implication des communautés locales et ou des peuples autochtones en fonction des contextes dans tous les efforts de conservation et en reconnaissant leur rôle à la fois de gardiens et de partenaires du patrimoine. Donc, cette diapositive est uniquement pour avoir un aperçu rapide des prochaines étapes. Donc, comme pour les autres régions, une évaluation globale à mi-parcours est prévue environ dans 3 ans, en 2027, après l'adoption, nous l'espérons aujourd'hui, de ce plan d'action. Le secrétariat est conscient de la lourde charge en matière de rapport qui pèse sur les États, sous cette ou d'autres conventions. Le secrétariat est également conscient de la limite de ses propres ressources humaines et l'unité Europe et Amérique du Nord est loin d'être une exception. Ainsi, l'exercice d'évaluation globale à mi-parcours doit être compris comme un exercice gérable pour tous et qui évite toute duplication, car comme on le sait, tel que conçu jusqu'à ce jour, l'exercice des rapports périodiques et les questionnaires qui sont associés sont conçus pour suivre la mise en œuvre de la Convention et l'état de conservation de biens, mais ne sont pas conçus pour suivre les avancées de mise en œuvre des plans d'action. Ainsi, les indicateurs de suivi proposés le sont uniquement au niveau des objectifs stratégiques et s'appuient en partie sur les informations collectées à travers l'exercice des rapports périodiques dans un souci d'optimisation des informations que nous avons déjà collectées. Vous verrez donc que 2 types d'indicateurs sont proposés afin de maximiser l'utilisation des rapports périodiques comme un outil de suivi de la mise en œuvre de plans d'action régionales et de réduire et optimiser ainsi les efforts de tous ceux qui sont impliqués. Donc d'un côté, vous avez pour chaque objectif stratégique les indicateurs de suivi existants, donc déjà utilisés dans le 3e cycle, qui sont listés, et le cas échéant, quand on a pu extraire cette information, il y a aussi la base de référence résultant des informations collectées pendant le 3e cycle. Et la 2e colonne dans le document, c'est des indicateurs supplémentaires qui vous sont proposés pour compléter ce suivi et qui peuvent être aussi utilisés dans vos plans d'action nationaux ou même au niveau des biens. Cependant, ces indicateurs, comme nous l'avons expliqué dans la réunion de décembre, restent pour le moment indicatifs et on espère qu'ils pourront être affinés par la suite avant la révision à mi-parcours de la mise en œuvre du plan d'action. Donc, après l'adoption du rapport régional et du plan d'action, nous l'espérons aujourd'hui, dans quelques minutes, leur diffusion va être encouragée et le Centre du patrimoine mondial et les organisations consultatives resteront disponibles pour faciliter sa mise en œuvre au niveau régional ou sous-régional. On espère aussi qu'avec un peu de soutien supplémentaire de votre part, on pourra publier une version du plan d'action de plus facile utilisation, à savoir qu'il ne soit pas un document de travail du comité, et qui puisse être plus facilement approprié par vous tous et par vos partenaires. Dans la mise en œuvre de ce plan d'action, il sera fondamental d'encourager la coopération régionale et sous-régionale. Donc vous trouverez le projet de décision qui figure à la page 102 de la version en anglais et à la page 113 de la version française. Pour conclure, donc, le Centre du patrimoine mondial souhaite exprimer sa profonde gratitude aux 51 États parties de la région Europe et Amérique du Nord, aux points focaux nationaux, ainsi qu'à tous les gestionnaires, rappelons-le, plus de 500 gestionnaires de sites pour leur participation active à cet exercice de rapport périodique et à l'élaboration du plan d'action régional. Leurs précieuses contributions ont permis d'offrir une vision exhaustive de l'état de la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine dans la région et des facteurs affectant l'état de conservation de presque la moitié des biens inscrits sur la liste. Enfin, le secrétariat souhaite réitérer ses sincères remerciements au gouvernement de l'Allemagne, de l'Irlande et de l'Italie pour leur soutien financier, ainsi qu'au gouvernement du Monténégro pour avoir accueilli la consultation sous-régionale qui s'est déroulée à Kotor en octobre de l'année dernière. Leur générosité et leur engagement envers les objectifs et les principes de la Convention ont permis la mise en œuvre réussie de ce 3e cycle de rapports périodiques dans la région Europe et Amérique du Nord. Et je conclurai par dire que pour ceux parmi vous qui souhaitent entendre de la voix, pas de ma voix, mais de la voix de ceux qui ont participé à cet effort collectif, vous êtes tous cordialement invités à l'événement parallèle qui aura lieu à 18h15 dans la salle 6. Merci de votre patience et de votre attention.
Thank you so much for that report, and I would like to offer you a glass of water. Thank you. And an applaud, please, for this wonderful reporting. I would now like to give the floor to IUCN for a joint statement on behalf of the 3 advisory bodies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, this statement is made on behalf of all 3 advisory bodies, ICOMOS, ICROM and IUCN. The advisory bodies would like to congratulate the states parties of the Europe and North America region for the completion of the 3rd cycle of the periodic reporting in collaboration with the Secretariat. There's been a positive process with very high levels of engagement and collaboration that has demonstrated the usefulness of this exercise as a self-assessment tool. The results of this 3rd cycle will support endeavours towards meeting the identified 5 strategic objectives and priority needs in implementing the action plan. The advisory bodies have contributed to this process, to the analysis of factors and trends, and have prepared instruments and tools which are available to states parties, focal points and the site managers to effectively implement the action plan that they have designed. The advisory bodies take note of the overall findings of the periodic reporting, that staff training and capacity building is a highlighted gap for the region. In particular, capacity and resources to enforce the legal framework to address activities. While this is an important overall observation, it's also noteworthy to recognise the different challenges and capacity building needs depending on the different sub-regions within Europe and North America. There are differences in the main factors affecting properties that were identified through the 3rd cycle of the periodic reporting for the region compared to the factors mentioned in the SOC report. So there should be continued strengthening of the connection between the 2 processes. There are large proportions of states parties in the Europe and North America region that have ratified or are signatories to other multilateral environmental agreements and conventions. And this emphasises the point that states parties should further reinforce the synergies with these other international instruments, and the advisory bodies are ready to support this. The advisory bodies are also ready to support capacity building in the region through its different programs and activities. Mr. Chair, IUCN would like to highlight that this year IUCN is holding regional conservation fora in each of the regions to prepare for the IUCN World Conservation Congress in October 2025. 2 regional conservation fora for North America will take place, First in Washington, D.C. from 20th to the 22nd of August 2024, and Ottawa, Canada from the 1st to 2nd October 2024. For Europe, the Regional Conservation Forum will take place in Bruges, Belgium, from 30th of September to 3rd of October 2024. ICOMOS has initiated a series of workshops on heritage impact assessments to provide capacity building and guidance for the members of ICOMOS national committees and local stakeholders, which shall take place by the end of 2024 and will continue next year. ICOMOS launched a thematic approach to transhumance cultural landscapes, which would also identify key challenges and opportunities in the safeguarding, management, and transmission of transhumance-based landscapes and heritage places. The advisory bodies thank all actors involved in periodic reporting for the results achieved and for the collaborative process that's been put in place to implement this important statutory process of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would now like to open the floor for comments on the subject. Before we move to the examination of the draft decision, I would like to know whether there are any comments on this matter. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank the World Heritage Center advisory bodies and independent experts for their tremendous efforts and technical support, not only in carrying out the periodic reporting exercise, but also for their in-depth analysis of the large amounts of data collected during the process. We're also grateful to those state parties for their generous financial support and/or support in other areas during several phases of this work. As we all know, that periodic reporting is significant for the effective long-term conservation of the properties inscribed on the World Heritage List, as well as strengthening the credibility of the Convention's implementation. The outcomes of the third cycle periodic reporting show us that the highest priorities for both cultural and natural heritage are sustainable development, sustainable resource use, conservation and management of heritage sites, impact assessment tools, strengthening resilience to natural hazards, climate change, risk preparedness, and disaster risk management. We acknowledge with great pleasure that all these topics have been on the agenda of the World Heritage Committee for a long time. However, the committee should pay more attention to these issues and try to find ways to better incorporate these issues into the management plans and the nomination processes. The most pressing need for cultural properties across the region appears to be related to climate change, adaptation and mitigation. In this regard, the adoption of the policy document on climate action for World Heritage 2023 is a significant step in this regard. Turkey welcomes the preparation of a detailed action plan. However, our experiences from the previous cycles show us that the state parties had some difficulties in implementation of the periodic reporting action plan. As much as we know, few countries have developed national action plans for the implementation of the regional action plans. Therefore, as a state party, we are planning to identify the actions that are most relevant to our national priorities and translate them into Turkish and share them with all national and local stakeholders. I believe this could also provide to be the basis of good practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would any other member state like to take the floor? I see no further requests. Let's proceed then. I will now invite you to examine and adopt draft decision 46-COM-10A included in document 10A.rev. I see one member state has raised its plate. Is that Poland? No, Norway? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway wishes to sincerely thank the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies for the implementation of this important exercise and for facilitating the development of the action plan. It provides us with a framework from which we can develop our own national priorities and activities within the framework of the overall medium and longer term objectives at the regional and global levels. It's reassuring to know that we in this way can contribute towards our shared objectives in World Heritage, in particular related to climate change, biodiversity, development issues, amongst many. It's vital for the World Heritage Convention to have a monitoring and reporting mechanism tailored to the needs of World Heritage. It provides us with very specific information on the state of conservation at our World Heritage properties, as well as a snapshot of the implementation of the Convention at the national level. Without this specific nature of the periodic reporting, it would not be useful as a relevant monitoring tool for us. It provides us and our site managers with the necessary leverage to drive change at home and convince decision makers. It allows continuity in our monitoring and over time allows us to see changes over time. Furthermore, it's a mechanism for our site managers and their teams to flag issues which wouldn't necessarily be flagged otherwise. We also get a very important addition to the reactive monitoring process, encompassing all World Heritage properties and not just those within the reactive monitoring, reporting on the same factors or threats, if you so wish. Besides being highly useful for us as a state party, the fact that it includes us all and all our World Heritage properties also makes a significant difference and contributes to the credibility of this convention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now invite you to examine and adopt draft decision 46-10A included in document 10A.ref. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement du comité sur ce point.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or interventions? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-10A adopted. Dear colleagues, item 10A of our agenda is now closed. Mr. Director, WHC, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais peut-être prendre juste quelques mots à propos de ce point des résultats du troisième cycle du rapport périodique pour la région de l'Europe et l'Amérique du Nord, pour faire juste quelques remarques. Comme vous avez noté, cet exercice est le dernier des exercices du troisième cycle. Et c'est un exercice qui a concerné près de la moitié des sites du patrimoine mondial. Un peu plus de 48%. Et c'est très important de le souligner parce que c'est un exercice qui a été mené avec grand succès. Comme l'a dit ma collègue, la partie 1 du questionnaire a été complètement remplie à 100% et la partie 2 du questionnaire à 99%. Ce qui veut dire que la participation à la fois de tous les points focaux qui avaient été désignés, mais également de tous les gestionnaires de sites étaient vivement appréciés parce que 543 sites sur 548 ont rempli le questionnaire. Et les grands objectifs qui sont ressortis du plan d'action qui vous a été résumé sont également importants parce que quelque part ils reprennent non seulement déjà les objectifs stratégiques que poursuit que vous avez définis au niveau de la mise en œuvre de la Convention du patrimoine mondial, mais qui reprennent aussi les défis actuels auxquels le patrimoine mondial est confronté. Et donc, c'est juste pour dire que vraiment, je voudrais remercier tous les États parties de cette région qui ont mené cet exercice, qui ont accueilli les réunions, qui ont interagi avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial pour non seulement organiser toutes les consultations, mais également préparer le rapport et le plan d'action qui vous a été soumis. Vous n'avez peut-être pas eu le temps de regarder ce rapport qui est extrêmement fourni, extrêmement riche en analyse, mais également aussi en recommandations. Je vous encourage et je vous invite à le regarder parce qu'il va nous servir et il va continuer de nous servir pour faire le suivi que vous nous demandez sur l'ensemble des sites du patrimoine mondial. Et encore une fois, merci aussi aux organisations consultatives, les 3 organisations consultatives, l'ICOMOS, l'UICN et l'ICOM, avec qui nous avons travaillé ensemble pour la réalisation de cet exercice. Et les données qui en ressortent sont tellement importantes qu'ils vont non seulement nous permettre de continuer à travailler sur le renforcement des cadres politiques, la contribution à l'objectif global du travail de notre organisation et aussi celui du patrimoine mondial, mais aussi avec un aspect qui est très particulier qui sera celui de mettre l'accent de plus en plus sur la résilience, sur la préparation aux situations d'urgence, sur la gestion des risques face aux catastrophes, sur l'atténuation du changement climatique et bien d'autres défis auxquels les sites du patrimoine mondial sont aujourd'hui confrontés. Donc, merci beaucoup. Nous avons été très honorés de vous fournir ce rapport. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Dear colleagues, we will now listen to the presentations of the follow-up on the implementation of the action plans of the 3rd cycle of periodic reporting in the Africa and Arab states regions, which were presented during our committee session in 2021. The relevant document for this agenda item is document WHC/24/46.com/10B. We will start with the report in the Africa region as per section 1 of the document 10B and will then proceed with the report in the Arab states as per section 2 of the document. We will proceed with the adoption of the 2 related draft decisions once the debate is completed. I would like to therefore give the floor to Mr. Muhammad Juma Muhammad, Chief of the Africa Unit of the World Heritage Center, who will introduce the mid-cycle assessment report on the implementation of the action plan of the 3rd cycle of periodic reporting in the Africa region. Mr. Muhammad Juma Muhammad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, distinguished member of the committee, I'm pleased to present to the distinguished member of the committee the progress that has been achieved in the implementation of the Regional Action Plan 2021-2027 under Decision 44 COMS 10B of the World Heritage Committee. Next, please. Distinguished member of the committee, the 3rd cycle periodic reporting was launched during 41st session of the World Heritage Committee, Krakow, Poland, and it culminated in the approval of Regional Action Plan 2021-27 during the extended 44th session of the World Heritage Committee, Fuzhou, China. The action plan is the result of a strategic framework developed from the collaborative effort of World Heritage Site managers, national focal points, key stakeholders from Sub-Saharan Africa, and the coordination of Africa World Heritage Fund. Next, please. The action plan outlined 5 strategic objectives, namely, strengthen the representativity and credibility of World Heritage list in Africa, improve conservation, effective management, and promotion of World Heritage, develop capacity for conservation, management, and promotion of cultural and natural heritage, enhance heritage education, communication, and awareness raising, strengthen community and stakeholder engagement for effective management of World Heritage property. The committee, during extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee, Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, reiterated its request to the World Heritage Committee to monitor the implementation of Regional Action Plan in close collaboration with African Heritage Fund in view of preparing a mid-cycle assessment report to be presented to the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session. Next. To monitor the progress of the implementation of the action plan, a survey was developed. It reflected all 26 actions of the action plan and included both closed and open-ended questions, together quantitative and qualitative data. 4 sub-regions workshops on completion of the survey were carried out from January to February 2024, organized by UNESCO to facilitate the completion of survey by national focal points. The survey achieved a high response rate of 89%, with 42 out of 47 study parties completing and submitting their responses. Survey results were compiled and analyzed by Secretariat with the contribution of evaluation experts. The preliminary findings were presented at the mid-cycle review workshop held in Cape Town from 27 to 29 February 2024. It's noteworthy that the workshop held provided an excellent opportunity to discuss how to achieve the harmonization of action plan with a strategy for heritage in Africa, as both frameworks complement each other in supporting the implementation of 1972 Convention in Africa for the lasting impact. Next. Finding and evaluation. The evaluation found that efforts are being made across all state parties toward all 26 actions and 5 strategic objectives in action plan. Around 20% of state parties have updated their national inventory to reflect current heritage sites. A crucial step is ensuring that all potential sites are recognized and documented. Additional 19% of state parties have requested upstream support, indicating an active pursuit of assistance and collaboration to enhance their heritage management capacities. Since the adoption of Action Plan, 5 new sites have been inscribed on the World Heritage List in Africa region. 5 additional sites have been inscribed at this present committee, Mr. Chairman, bringing the number of 10 sites inscribed since 2021. About 30% of state parties have confirmed the establishment of innovative funding mechanisms. These are essential for securing necessary resources to maintain and protect heritage sites. There has been significant progress in developing the desired state of conservation for the removal of property from the list of World Heritage in Danger. Since 2021, 2 sites have been removed from the list of World Heritage in Danger, namely Salonga National Park and Tomb of Buganda Kasubi in Uganda. Mr. Chairman, we all recognize that there is another removal of the site in this present committee of Onyo Kolokoba. The use of digital technology for monitoring, such as surveillance, drones, GPS system, and digital model, has been a highlight of enhancing the effective monitoring and management of heritage sites. There is clear evidence of various capacity development activity across the region, essential for equipping heritage professionals with the skills and knowledge needed to manage and conserve heritage sites effectively and sustainably. African Site Manager Network has been established and is active, facilitating the exchange of information, best practice, and resource among site managers. Heritage education is becoming more integrated at lower education level, such as elementary and secondary school, ensuring that young people are aware of and value their cultural heritage from an early age. There have been significant awareness activities using technology, employing tools like social media, visual tour, online campaign to reach a wide audience and raise awareness among the importance of heritage conservation. There has been limited progress in integrating traditional knowledge and developing sustainable business around heritage sites, which is crucial for ensuring the local community benefit from and actively participating in heritage conservation effort. There is a recognized need for more community engagement strategy, as effective communication and collaboration with the local community are essential for sustainable management of heritage sites. Community needs to understand the benefit of heritage conservation and involvement in the process. Mr. Chairman, we have challenged. However, the extent of progress differs significantly across different action and state party. Some action were not integrated in national plans, primarily due to the budget challenge, limited expertise, and sometimes insufficient support from local authorities. It has been observed that the dissemination of action plan was not significant in many state parties, leading to the progress lag in some areas. Conclusion and way forward. Mr. Chair, distinguished member of the committee, in conclusion, the Regional Action Plan for Africa 2021-2027 remain highly relevant to the need of state party and the region. Despite challenge, significant progress has been made, and with the proposed recommendation, targets are likely to be met or exceeded by 2027. Based on the survey and the evaluation finding, 4 recommendations are proposed as a strategy to achieve the expected result of the action plan for the next 3 years. These are: pursue the integration of regional action plan for 2021-2027 into national plans, continuing to support strengthening representativity and credibility of World Heritage List in Africa, enhance communication, awareness raising, and heritage education, strengthening community and stakeholder engagement. Mr. Chair, distinguished member of the committee, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Juma Muhammad. I would now like to give the floor to Ms. May Shire, Chief of the Arab States Unit of the World Heritage Center, who will now introduce the mid-cycle assessment report on the implementation of the action plan for the 3rd cycle of periodic reporting in the Arab States region. And after that, I'll give the floor to Mr. Lazar, Director of WHC, to speak on local community participation in heritage conservation efforts. Ms. May Shire, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, the 6-year regional action plan for the Arab states was presented and endorsed by the World Heritage Committee at its 44th session in 2021. It focuses on the identified priorities at the time, with a set of 35 actions outlined under 3 strategic objectives, mainly to contribute to a representative and balanced World Heritage List in the Arab states, reflecting the cultural and natural diversity of the region. 2, to enhance the protection and conservation and management of World Heritage, particularly for sites inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, including through emergency preparedness, disaster risk response, and planning for recovery. And 3, to improve the integration of sustainable development policies in the management of World Heritage sites. In order to monitor the implementation of the action plan, the World Heritage Center, in collaboration with the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage, organized a regional meeting in December 2023 in Bahrain with the participation of World Heritage focal points and the advisory bodies. A survey form was also developed and launched online on 29 February 2024, with a submission deadline set for 31 March 2023 for the regional focal points representing the states parties. At the time of launching the survey, the total number of inscribed properties in the region was 93, located in 18 states parties with 84 cultural, 6 natural, and 3 mixed sites. Of the 93 properties, 23 sites, that is around 24.7% of sites in the region, were on the list of World Heritage in danger. Based on the survey, it can be concluded that overall, priorities of the action plan have been mostly relevant in the region. The level of engagement in the implementation of activities may vary from one state party to the other on the basis of relevancy of the action and the presence of constraints such as conflict, limited resources, or other constraints. Several states parties have been engaged and have confirmed their engagements in activities organized by the UNESCO World Heritage Center, the advisory bodies, and the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in relation to the implementation of the action plan. A number of observations overall can be mentioned, and I will just highlight the main observations. Due consideration has been given by the states parties to tentative lists, and this has increased relatively well since the third cycle reporting, whether in terms of preparation of tentative list, updating, or appraisal. This implies the existence of a current momentum towards achieving an enhanced representation on these lists in view of potential future World Heritage nominations. Second, there is active engagement in fostering synergies between the 1972 Convention and the 2003 Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, where states parties have mentioned and provided several examples of synergies between the two conventions, including through nominations on both lists that are complementary somehow. However, still limited synergies with the second protocol of the 1954 Hague Convention could be observed. Moreover, enhanced capacities in the definition of outstanding universal value is noted, as also confirmed by the finalization of several pending retrospective statements of outstanding universal value. However, several issues related to boundary clarifications and minor boundary modification, including for the designation of buffer zones, require further attention. For sites inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger, establishing the desired state of conservation for removal of properties from the list of World Heritage in danger has been steadily increasing. And here I would like to note that in close collaboration with the UNESCO World Heritage Center and ICOMOS, the states parties have worked substantially on the development of corrective measures and the state of conservation. And since 2021, 5 have been already adopted by the committee. Implementation of corrective measures that have been adopted has also proceeded, yet we note that planning for recovery in terms of an overall recovery for sites may require additional efforts and attention, including possibly capacity building in that regard. Enhancing resilience to natural hazards and the management of risks remains a priority in the region, and despite the fact that there have been several capacity building activities as well as efforts to prepare risk preparedness plans, this remains a priority to be addressed. There has been a very high interest in enhanced capacities in impact assessment, and this could be noted in the impact assessment studies that have been steadily increasing and submitted for technical reviews as well. However, with regard to the 2011 recommendation on the historic urban landscape, the majority of state parties are yet to make use of this recommendation, and hence technical support in this area may be beneficial. There are also efforts to strengthen management systems in the region as a whole, overall, when it comes to the integration of sustainable development dimensions in the conservation and management of World Heritage. There appears to be consideration for the updated policy document on climate action for World Heritage, as well as in climate adaptation and mitigation. Attention has also been given to issues related to tourism management strategies and/or action plans that have been established to manage tourism and its derived economic, sociocultural, and environmental impact. And again, there is an increased attention that could be noticed since the third cycle reporting. Stakeholder participation has been highlighted very much during the mid-cycle assessment, particularly with regard to community engagement. Fostering awareness-raising strategies has been pursued actively in the region, and several respondents have reported on implementing heritage-related educational programs, including for school children and youth. Therefore, it is recommended that implementation of the action plan is further pursued, yet with particular attention on the identified gaps that I have mentioned. Ladies and gentlemen, draft decision of this item 10B2 can be found on page 24 of the English version and page 26 of the French version of the document. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. May Shire. I now give the floor, as mentioned before, to the Director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and sorry again to take the floor, because as you know, the Secretariat is really putting lots of efforts and energy and synergies and energies and everything to be able to analyze for you, for the monitoring of all the World Heritage properties, the factors affecting those properties. And so what we are doing, of course, is that you can see that at a mid-cycle, there are a number of observations that concerns Africa and also the Arab states. One thing which is important, which I wanted to highlight here, it's the issue, and we have been discussing it, of local communities' engagement. I think if we want to discuss the issue of resilience and everything, this is absolutely important, and sustainable management of World Heritage sites, sustainable conservation of World Heritage sites. We cannot do it without local communities' engagement. And this is also where it is important to benefit from the experience from the different regions. So that some regions where there is already enough experience, we are appealing that they share this experience with the other regions where this is happening. One thing which was said in the report on Africa, it's the limited progress in integrating tradition and integrating management systems, local knowledge, sustainable businesses, so that the management and the conservation of World Heritage sites can improve the livelihoods of the communities living in and around the World Heritage site. And this is where something is really needed in terms of best practices that can help, and even exchanges of experience, because we all know that without communities and local communities who have been the caretakers of the sites for many generations and generations, it's difficult to ensure a sustainable conservation of sites even in future. And I think you also observe, and you have seen that there is an improved cooperation with all the regional institutions, the Category 2 centers in the different regions, with the African World Heritage Fund when it comes to the Africa region, with the Arab World Heritage Center when it comes to the Arab state, where we continue to work together to implement the action plans that you have adopted for the two regions regarding the implementation of the periodic reporting exercise. So we do appeal to any state parties who would like to share all the experience. I think, for example, India has a lot of experience, for example, in dealing with the issues of local communities and benefits around World Heritage sites. It will be absolutely welcome to exchange with the other regions on your experience, and I also in other regions also. I'm looking at India because we are in India for this World Heritage Committee, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you can keep on looking at India because we have a global expert among us, Mr. Janvit Sharma, and we don't mind sharing him with the rest of the world. And we have the ASI, which is the Archaeological Survey of India, our expert body. It has in-house expertise, and it is more than happy to be of service to our brothers and sisters from all over the world. Thank you, Mr. Lazar, for making that wonderful suggestion. And are there any more further comments or questions? I see none. We will now turn to the adoption of the two related draft decisions, starting with the draft decision 46-COM 10B.1. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any proposals for amendment regarding this draft decision.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement de la part du comité sur ce point, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-COM 10B.1 adopted. We now turn to draft decision 46-COM 10B.2. Before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any proposal for amendment regarding this draft decision.
Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-COM 10B.2 adopted. I now declare item 10C closed. 10B closed. Dear colleagues, we now move on to item 12, devoted to international assistance. To this end, I would like to invite you to pay attention to document 46.com/12. This document will be introduced to the committee by Ms. Jyoti Hosargrahar, Deputy Director of the World Heritage Center. Ms. Hosargrahar, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. This report relates to document 46.com/12 on international assistance. The first part of the document is related to international assistance requests within the purview of the World Heritage Committee, that is requests for US dollars 30,000 or above. Please note that all requests under this amount are within the purview of the chairperson of the World Heritage Committee. The list of the requests approved in 2021 and in 22-23 until the 15th of May 2024 can be found in the annex of the document 46.com/12. You can now see on the screen a summary of the requests submitted to the committee for its decision. The funds available under the Conservation and Management Assistance Budget as of 30th April 2024 amount to a bit more than $611,000 US, so there are enough funds to approve all of the 4 requests if the committee decides to do so. Mr. Chairperson, should I continue? There seems to be a point of order.
India, you have the floor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Can we have one of these translated in English as well, because they're all 4 in French, please? Thank you.
Thank you, India. Can the editors please know that the convention has 2 languages?
Should I start again? Okay.
You can re-explain.
That, okay. So perhaps we wait for the slides and I can re-explain this set of slides. think I can continue? Yeah. So I will re-explain this set of slides if, with your permission, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, of course. There is freedom of expression here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. You see now on the screen a summary of the request submitted to the committee for its decision. The funds available under the Conservation and Management Assistance budget as of 30th April 2024 amount to a bit more than $611,000 US. So there are enough funds to approve all of the 4 requests if the committee decides to do so today. The first request comes from Mauritius for the revision of the local economic development plan for Le Mon cultural landscape. This plan aims to foster and maintain a higher quality of life in Le Mon village and the surrounding area by unlocking the local economic development opportunities. And it will be developed through a participatory approach. This request is therefore recommended for approval. The second request comes from the Lao PDR for the follow-up to the reactive monitoring mission to Luang Prabang, which took place in April 2022. The request responds directly to some of the recommendations made by this mission, in particular in relation to the strengthening of the conservation management plan through supplementary conservation policy documents that will take into account the historic urban landscape recommendation approach, intangible aspects, and biodiversity aspects. This request is therefore recommended for approval. The third request comes from Colombia for the improvement of the ILU application. This mobile application is used to monitor the state of conservation of the property. It requires some updates which will be defined thanks to the feedback of the state's properties computer technicians and the sharing of experience of its implementation with local communities of different road segments. This request is therefore recommended for approval. The fourth request comes from the United Republic of Tanzania for capacity building in environmental, social, and visual impact assessment for projects in vicinity of the natural heritage sites. The request will help the state party to better understand the integration of World Heritage and the concept of outstanding universal value into the preparation and evaluation of environmental impact assessments, environmental and social impact assessments. This request is therefore recommended for approval. The second part of the document provides a brief overview of international assistance requests approved in 2022-2023. The main figures are shown on the screen. As you can see, Africa and LDCs are the main beneficiaries of international assistance under the World Heritage Fund. The third part of the document provides an update of the status of the 2024-2025 budget for international assistance as of 30th April 2024. As you can see on the screen, half of the funds for the conservation and management assistance and 73% of the funds for preparatory assistance have been used or have been already earmarked for approvals, including for the possible approvals to be decided by the committee in a few minutes. It means that there might be funding issues for international assistance next year for preparatory assistance. If this happens, the Secretariat will see how to deal with this, using the possibility given to the Director of the World Heritage Center to move funds between budget lines. If this is not sufficient, of course, we will come back to the committee for this. Finally, we would like to recall that the maximum ceiling for preparatory assistance was set at $30,000 in 1999 and has not been revised since then, whereas the costs entailed by the preparation of nomination files has gone up. Therefore, after 25 years, we propose to increase it to $40,000, which would represent only a punctual support. However, in order not to delay the process of preparation of nominations, such an increase would require to increase also the ceiling of the decisions made by the chairperson on behalf of the committee to $40,000. Otherwise, any request for preparatory assistance beyond $30,000 would have to wait for the committee's approval. In wake of the increase of ceiling of the chairperson, it is also proposed to increase the ceiling of decisions by the Director of the World Heritage Center up to $10,000. And with that, I come to the end of my report presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Director, for this wonderful presentation. I think you also need an applause. I would like to know whether there are any comments on this agenda item. I see none. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-12, but before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous n'avons pas reçu d'amendement concernant ce point.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the room? I see no comments. I therefore declare draft decision 46-12 adopted. With this, item 12 is now closed. Dear colleagues, as you know, this item 13 was opened during the first plenary meeting on 22nd July last week, and the working group on the budget has met several times throughout our session. I would like to give the floor to the chairperson of the working group, Ms. Chiara Franco from Italy, to present her report and the draft decision proposed on this matter that was distributed to you. Ms. Franco, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to report back on the outcome of the discussions carried out in the Budget Working Group and present the revised version of Draft Decision 46-13. First, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the members of the committee for the trust that you have placed in me with my election as the chair of the Budget Working Group. The group met twice, on 25th and 26th of July. Overall, we had 31 participants representing 6 committee members, 7 states parties, non-members of the committee, and the 3 advisory bodies. I would like to thank all the delegates, as well as the representatives of the Secretariat and the advisory bodies who attended and actively participated in the meetings. The inputs and very cooperative spirit of all participants allowed us to proceed efficiently and to conclude our work earlier than initially scheduled. The group was opened with a very comprehensive presentation of the budget document by the director of the World Heritage Center, covering the financial reports of the World Heritage Fund for 2022-2023, the report on the execution of the budget for the biennium 24-25 as of March 2024, and the follow-up to Decision 45-15, including the funding of the first cycle of preliminary assessment and the implementation of the roadmap for the sustainability of the World Heritage Fund. The group then moved to the examination of the draft decision. The original text was largely retained, with the exception of 2 minor amendments to existing paragraphs and the drafting of 2 additional paragraphs. Amendments were made on paragraph 3 to extend the call for the payment of assessed contributions beyond 2024 to include also arrears, and on paragraph 4 to call on states parties to consider making voluntary contributions in general, not limited to unrestricted ones. A new paragraph 7 was added, encouraging payments to the sub-account for the evaluation of nominations, as well as a new paragraph 12 asking for additional financial information, including historical trends, on the average cost of evaluations and monitoring activities. To conclude, allow me to reiterate my sincere thanks to all those who contributed to the efficient work of this group. I hope that the distinguished members of the committee will adopt the amended draft decision, which is the outcome of our collective work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Franco. Are there any comments? I see none. I now invite you to examine and adopt draft decision 46-13. But before doing so, I will ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons reçu la proposition d'amendement du groupe de travail présidé par Madame Chiara Franco de la délégation italienne. La version qui a été circulée auprès des membres du comité, et nous n'avons pas reçu d'autres amendements.
Thank you. Are there any comments or objections? To the amended draft decision before we adopt this as a whole? I see no objections. I therefore declare draft decision 46-13 adopted as amended. Item 13 is now closed. Dear colleagues, thank you for your excellent time efficiency. We have advanced quite well in our deliberations today and have even discussed some of the items initially foreseen for tomorrow. Therefore, when we resume the session tomorrow morning, we will examine items 10C and 11 and will proceed with items 14, 15 and 16 planned for the afternoon so as not to waste our precious time. We can anticipate that all these items might be discussed in our morning meeting. Should this be the case, I will suggest that there be no plenary session in the afternoon and that item 17 related to the adoption of the decisions and item 18 be moved forward to Wednesday morning instead of Wednesday afternoon. Is there any objection to this? I see none. I would now like to give the floor to the host country, India, to make some announcements with regards to the closing ceremony. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, this comes as a surprise that we are calling it a day at the moment, but just to keep everyone, all the distinguished delegates who are present here in this room informed, that tomorrow, as a closing ceremony, our Honorable Minister for Culture and our Secretary would be arriving here at 6:30. So we would have a little formal ceremony at 6:30, from 6:30 to 7, followed by a cultural program, followed by a dinner. which will be at 8 o'clock. All this will be there at level 2. The closing ceremony and the cultural program will be in one of the auditoria. I think it is, if I'm not mistaken, Audi 2. But the dinner will, I think, will be in the level 1. That is what we thought we will announce, but the exact contours of the programs we will be able to tell you tomorrow morning. But this is for every, this is for the information of all the delegates, that they are all requested to join for this closing ceremony as well as, the cultural program followed by dinner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to make a few announcements. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is just to inform you and invite you, all of you, even those that are not concerned by the periodic reporting exercise of Europe and North America, that there will be a side event, which is, of course, organized by UNESCO on the presentation of the Regional Action Plan. And many focal points from various state parties will also be sharing their perspective and their analysis. So we all invite you. It will start at 6:15 in room MR6. And the other side event is organized by South Africa, entitled 30 years of democracy and 27 years of World Heritage collaboration. And of course, there will be lots of surprise, lots of music and dance. If you want to learn how to dance a South African dance, come. A full event will be there, and a dinner. So it will start at 6:30 in room MR19. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Director. With no further announcements, I would like to adjourn this meeting till 10 a.m. tomorrow. Have a very nice evening. See you tomorrow.